God damn it. Fucking. Oh my god, my butt is cute. My hair is sexy. It's so curly. My hair is so curly. I'm not joking, it's so curly. Yeah, I don't care, whatever. I'm dying, dance girl. Sorry. Your boyfriend's gonna die. Sorry, dance girl. Your boyfriend's dead. Alexa, second light white. Alexa, second light bright. It smells like shit over here. It smells like shit. This stew shit is so fucking gross. It stinks like fucking shit. Sorry, dance girl, I'm eating your chips. I have a migraine. I have a fucking migraine. Okay, I can't stand it. I've had a migraine 10 hours. I'm weak. I'm sorry to blonde girl. Okay, I'm sorry to any fat girl who's fucking fat, who I called you fat. I also can't get my fucking diet proper. Okay. Sorry to dance girl. Turns out I'm gonna have to die young. Okay, obviously, knowing me, I always got an ace up my sleeve. I always have some other plan that's gonna work. In case you don't know, eating these chips is gonna take my headache away. I'm not being funny. I'm being dead serious. This is gonna take my headache away. The salt on these chips. You can see that my hair is really nice texture. These are Dance Girl's chips. Within 5 minutes, I'm gonna feel good. I'll be right back. Maybe I should take some pills. I think it's taking a little while. I'll leave Dance Girl's candy. Maybe Dance Girl fucking dumped me, so I have to eat her candy. Oops. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Actually, we don't want to eat that. That's not good. how's it going? I'm not really emotionally available to even ask that question. I was just being funny. But in about 5 minutes, I'll be. But so far, this hurts so bad. I dreamt of my friend Ash. This guy I met who is really weird. I said to his girlfriend once, his girlfriend's name is Tree. Her and I were quite close. I said in front of her once, what do you think is more inhumane? To throw a baby against a brick wall? Or to like boil a guy in acid? Something like that. And he said, like, I don't know. And she's like, you guys are fucked. And I said, well, clearly it's not inhumane to throw a baby against a brick wall. And she started laughing so loud, like everyone could hear. And there was this guy, Dan, who said, what's the difference between a J and a pizza? Pizza doesn't scream when you put it in an oven. And she had him like kicked out of the camp for saying that. She was like crying and horrified that he'd say something like that. Dan was a prick. I don't know. He stalked me here too. He came from Muskoka. He drove hours so he could surprise me and say, guess what, it's me stalking you. Aren't you scared? I was like, oh, what's up, Dan? You know. Now he has a place called Dan's Towels. At least in my mind he does. Fucking hit me with a crutch. He was adopted. Doxing Dan. I made some joke about we should go volunteer at an orphanage. I didn't know he was adopted. He's like a literal bully. And I say that not even knowing. And he's like, whoa, you shouldn't say that, I'm adopted. It was like when I was in grade school, there were these two black kids who were bullies. They would just go around like beating everyone up. And one of them would wear a shirt that says, racism hurts. It was hilarious. They were younger too, but they were dangerous. So, yeah, the headache is going away. Basically what happened, I know you don't care, but basically what happened was, well, I ate 6 pounds of watermelon really, really quickly. I did intermittent fasting. I had 2 3-pound meals of watermelon. Both, and no, it's not a Freemason thing. It's actually to get enough calories. That's how much I actually need. That's how much it is to eat 1 watermelon. I was going to eat 2 watermelons a day. That would be 12 pounds. That's too much. So we're going to go 6 pounds. That's the amount of calories we need, 1,000 to 1,200. And so you might be saying, well, that's a lot of water really quickly. That's going to create an electrolyte imbalance. Yeah, that's possible. But when I water fasted after 25 days, I know, I'm the snooty professor. Hey, let me be the snooty professor. I haven't felt like myself all day. So basically, the old food in your body that has a slow transit time, not just in your intestines and your colon, but your cells, like it in between your cells and in your cells. It's like a sponge. You have to, if you want to put water on a dry sponge, it bounces off. You have to let it soak for a minute before the sponge takes the water. Now my body is full of that old waste, or food that digests slower than fruit. And so it's the water from the fruit is bouncing off of it. So there might be too much. But I sort of doubt it. I think really what's happening is the water is hydrating the old waste, which is releasing it into my blood. And it's being released faster than my kidneys can filter it out. So my brain is literally filled with dookie water. And, that's highly acidic. That's not something that you want. That's fucking painful. And I'm like, fuck that. Yeah, sorry, Dance Girl, I'm eating your chicken too. Oops. I'll make you dinner, Dance Girl. I'll make you something better than chicken. I'll make you butter chicken. I don't know, I was going to make that for Marina, but you kind of ruined that relationship, so that's just what you got now. Well, I don't know. You could argue that I was doomed from the beginning. But it actually was you that fucked that up. But it takes fucking, I'm not really exactly sure what the deal is. I'm happy you did it. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not ragging on you, Dance Girl. Okay, so we might have to pop a pill. We got dookie water in our brain. So how is salt gonna help? It's gonna shove the dookie water back into the cells of my body. Well, isn't the dookie water already in the cells of your brain? That's part of your body. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not that smart. I'd have to think about this. I mean, the dookie water is fucking. It was already in my cells. Now it's between my cells, making me edemic or something. I don't fucking know. Salt makes you edemic, but I don't eat salt. That makes me edemic. What is edema? I think it's where there's a bunch of extra salt or water or something. I don't know. Fucking, it's where you have swollen legs. If you eat salt after you fast, you'll get edema and your legs swell up. Let's see that. Okay. Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Okay. I'd like to know what edema is. Tell me what it is in plain terms. And I'm eating salt now to make the headache go away. And so what I think that's gonna do, I think I have shit dookie water in my brain. And the salt is gonna make me either edemic or not edemic. The salt is going to force water into my cells to take the water away from my brain. My headache is caused either by too much water in my brain that's full of shit. That's what's causing the headache. There's too much water in my brain between my cells that's full of shit. And it's I think that's called I don't know if that's called edema. I don't know why I'd get edema when I'm not eating salt. But without using fancy talk, there's shit water in my brain between my cells, and the salt is going to force the water into my cells, in my whole body, and it's going to stop my brain from being waterlogged, creating pressure in my brain. You know, because your brain can't expand because your brain wants to expand, but it's contained by your skull. So there's pressure in my skull. Now the other option is my brain is not being expanded, but it's just full of shit water. And the salt is going to force the water into my cells. And so my cells are going to take all the shit water, which is going to disperse it throughout my entire body, and including my brain. And when the shit water goes into my cells, for some reason, it's not so painful anymore. Because how do I know? Well, because before I drank all that watermelon, the shit was already stuck in my cells, and the water just was a solvent, and it put it between the cells. So I'm going to put it back into the cells to get rid of the headache. So somehow when shit water is outside of your cells in your brain, it hurts, and when it's inside of your cells, it doesn't hurt. And we're going to say that the water volume is going to be the same. And there's going to be just as much water in my brain, but we're just going to be actually, no, there won't be. But we're going to say even if there was, it's the fact that there's shit in it that's causing the pain. And this is going to remove that, which is why if I ate this much watermelon after a water fast, I would not get a headache. Because then I would have a cleaner body to start with. And I'm thinking I might want to just start with a water fast again before I fucking eat fruit again. Okay, I said what I said is, what I said is what's happening. Edema just means swelling. Too much fluid in the space between the cells. is saying I have too much water between my brain cells. Okay, so what is it? Is it that there's too much water between my cells? Or is it that the water is full of shit? They'll say both, I bet. It's both, yeah. So, if I eat this much watermelon after doing a water fast, because my cells are not clogged with shit at that point, the water would go straight into my cells. It wouldn't create edema. So, yeah, so we're forcing fucking water into the cells now. No, I'm sorry, Dance Girl. Looks like Daddy's dying young. I can't do a migraine for 10 hours, okay? I fought it. I was like, I can't fucking do a migraine for 10 hours. And I know what you're saying. You're saying, well, you could just take some salt water. And Daddy doesn't do things like that. Yeah, I could take some painkillers too. If I'm gonna do anal, I'm gonna put my whole toothbrush up your ass too. Okay? If I have a fucking something unnatural and unhealthy like salt, I'm gonna eat a whole fucking chicken sandwich. And that's what we're doing. Okay? That's what we're doing over here. Now you might wonder, Dads go, oh, well, we have the threesome rule, so when I die, you'll have other guys who you know. But they're not the girl or daddy. Okay, they're not Nicolas Cage. Okay, I'm Nicolas Cage. So I dreamt of this guy. No, I'm not taking acetaminophen anywhere. Ibuprofen I'm taking. Can't stand this fucking headache. So I dream of Ash. I stayed at a tree one time. So I was so fucking lonely, man. At this point, I don't have Christine. Christine is my 30-year-old girlfriend. I'm 19. She's super hot at the camp. I don't know how old she is, but she's at least 30. I'm like this 19-year-old boy. I meet her and I say, wow. You know, I think she was maybe 33 or something. And I say, wow, you're fucking gorgeous. You know? Not the hottest girl at the camp, but the second. Of all the counselors. Huge camp, Camp Kodiak. The first hottest was this girl named Elise. And there was this guy, Logan, who was a bodybuilder who liked her. And she had a boyfriend too. And I stole her from Logan. He didn't like that at all. But once I got her, I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know what to do then. Once it was like a dog chasing cars, I caught it and I thought, you know, I literally took her right from her, she's sitting beside him, and I literally took her right from the seat to over where I was sitting. And, you know, he was obsessed with singing. He wanted me to teach him how to play guitar, and he wanted to sing like a fag, you know. My baby don't mess around, because, like, he wanted to sing like that. And then she ended up with the hottest guy there. He was the gorilla daddy of the camp. He was really big, he was really strong. He had the kind of body of that hot black guy I saw on my bike ride. You know, super big and skinny, like skinny, ripped. He was going bald. He was in his 20s. And Elise's boyfriend called the camp and asked to speak to him on the phone. Could you imagine how fucking crazy that is? Elise was from Sicily, but I had the second hottest girl at the camp. And no one, you know, none of the guys ever thought that I was with her. they just kind of like fucking talked over me. They gave me nice pity smiles. Oh, here, well, you can be with us. You can talk to us. Like, I'm gonna be coming in this pig without a condom in 20 minutes. Telling her to get the Plan B pill after. You guys have no idea. They're like, you're just a 19-year-old. I'm like, I'm gonna be coming in this pig. Fucking, then there's Julia. She was really hot, but my pig was fucking hotter. Well, they're about the same, really. Yeah. And then that was Ben. Ben had Julia. He was a lawyer. He was like a rich. I was just little old me. Christine had deaf parents. It's weird, when a pig has deaf parents, that's a different kind of pig. And she had a twin sister, too, who had crazy eyes. Just a little bit psycho looking, a little too intense. I'm not, I shouldn't eat this candy. This candy is not good. Did I take my pills already? So, I said to Tree, before I was with Christine, I said, I'm so lonely. You have Ash. I don't have anyone. She says, don't ever say that. And Tree would dance by herself in a field every morning. She was very weird. She loved my singing. She said it's better than the sum of its parts, if that makes sense. I said, yeah, it makes sense. I know what you mean. I thought, I jokingly said to Tree once, I feel sick. Will you have a really bad day? I need you to suffer with me. She didn't know I was joking. She said, no, I won't ever do that. But when I said, you have Ash, she said, don't ever say that. I thought, are you saying don't compare? Or are you saying Ash sucks? After the camp, they stopped being together. And I went to Ash's house for dinner. And, his brother is a doctor. And he said, what do you do? And I looked at his girlfriend like, oh, I'd fuck you. And we're like at his parents' house. And fucking Ash had this autistic camper who he asked, what is the meaning of life? And the camper said, this. And Ash appreciated that. Ash has that kind of Zen deepness. But he also has Zen stink. He has a fucking tattoo on his neck of a triangle, which, if you're symbol-minded, that's, I have a tattoo as well. Okay, that's not something that a mature adult would do. And, so anyways, I say, I'm on sabbatical, and he says, I'm a doctor. Like, yeah, okay, you know what the word sabbatical means. Okay. And we're going to this party where Ash gives me all these fucking shrooms. And I say, yeah, that's great. And Ash says before we go to the party, sorry man, there's not going to be any hot girls there for you to fuck. Like, what? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Sorry, man. I'm like, okay, you treat me like I'm a junkyard dog waiting to hump somebody's leg. And so I make a bit of a scene at the party and embarrass him. But I go home early because there's this guy there who farts intentionally. And I'm like, and this guy is all over me. He's all over me. He doesn't leave my side, and he's hostile. And we're at a party where there's like a 1-year-old with a father who's the host of the party. And I go home. I go to Ash's house. I leave early. Because I'm on shrooms and I'm like, I have anger issues. And I knock on his mom's door and I say, there was a rude person at the party. I had to leave. She said, was it Chris? I said, no. But I didn't know. I didn't know the guy's name. I didn't want to tell on him. I didn't want to cause trouble. So I just sheepishly said no. And I went down into the basement. And, I ran upstairs suddenly and puked and noticed how beautiful the puke was. I thought, this is incredible. I felt amazing after. And I was sitting in the basement prior, feeling deep existential pain, imagining being burned alive. And how, if we all were burned in a nuke, that I would be the last one dancing as my skin falls off. And it made me cry. I thought, I just want to be loved so badly. I was feeling so sad. I said, I'm just the last one out. If you go out on the town, if you go to the bar, I'm the one who leaves very last. Because I just don't want to go home. And how unfulfilled I must be. And how fulfilled I must be. It's some kind of paradox. That's my dilemma. I run upstairs and I puke. And I see the good doctor's wife come in, who's a big bitch. You know, she weighs probably 220 pounds. But she's proportionate. She's shapely. She's a big boned bitch. You know, she's not like a fucking fatty. But she's big. But I'm like, yeah, honey, sign me up. And, you know, I look at her like, oh, thank God you're here. You know, I'm literally bypassing all the rules. I'm like, you and I are together. I'm like, you know when you say that with your eye contact, you're like, I know that you're married. I know that there's all this stuff, but I already know that you belong to me more than he fucking belongs to you. Or more than you belong to him. He belongs to you, perhaps, more than you belong to me. But you belong to me more than you belong to him, and that's fucking very obvious. I could tell that instantly. I could tell that when he said, I'm a doctor, that you were shuddering and saying, oh my God, my husband's a fucking retard packet. And so, what do you call a doctor who graduates at the bottom of their class? You call them doctor. And so I'm dreaming of Ash tonight. I'm walking not near Dance Girl's house. I'd be too afraid to do that right now. I'd be too afraid to even go outside. I don't want to see that Dance Girl's dumped me. Oh, the laughing flasher just walked by with his hunchback. What a sad reality to go from Dance Girl to who's my girlfriend now. It's the laughing flasher. It's fucking a dementiated old man. I guess I know how Dance Girl feels now. And so I'm walking by that yellow building on Franklin Street, halfway from here to Freshco. And I go inside. I don't know why, but I go inside. I start walking up the stairs, and these two guys come down. It's Jason, the Eggman Bullmans from my grade school. And it's Ash. Ash is wearing a hat. I say, is that Ash? He says, yeah, you can't be here. You can't be in this building. And I say, well, why not? How do you know I'm not a guest? You don't even know me. And then I call him a human trafficker. I'm fucking zippy all of a sudden. I wake up, and I remember that night at Ash's house, he asked me to leave abruptly. He said, I don't want you here in my house anymore. And it's like 3 a.m. And I'm on shrooms, and I'm an hour away from my house. He says, I don't want you in my house. I say, do you feel cool telling me to just leave suddenly? Like, I'm here to sleep over. You've invited me to sleep over. And now you're just telling me to leave. He says, no. But why did he tell me to leave suddenly? Well, because I was playing Grand Theft Auto. And, you know, his brother came down to interrogate me and showed me death metal. I passed all his brother's tests. His brother loved me. And then it's just me and Ash. And I showed him a picture of my girlfriend. I'm not sure it was that time or a different time. And he's like, your girlfriend's way hotter than mine. And that was of Jess. But I don't know if that was the time, but I'm not bragging here. I'm mentioning that because it might be specific to the story. And so then I'm just playing video games, and he's just in bed, just chilling. You know, it's just the two of us in the basement. And I'm laughing like a fucking psycho. I'm just driving over people in Grand Theft Auto, and I'm laughing like crazy. And then all of a sudden, I'm stopping, like, ah! Like I'm on shrooms, like, oh, I saw a ghost. But the way I'm laughing is extremely fucked up. It's not that loud, but it's like, do you remember how Tyler Durden laughs when Lou gives him a beating? It's kind of like that. I'm like deranged a little bit. And then I say, in the most indifferent tone you could ever imagine, I say, do you want to play? Like, I own your house. I own you. I own your brother's girlfriend. I own your parents. That was the sub-communication of the laugh. And I know I'm communicating all of this because I know he's gang stalking me, and I'm angry, and I'm saying, how do you like it? And he says, yeah, I want you to leave. And I say, but why? There's nothing you can call the cops on me for. There's nothing you can write home about and say I was rude. All I'm doing is playing video games and laughing. Giving you extremely off-putting vibes. Extremely fucking off-putting vibes. And then being completely indifferent to you, but acting like we're friends. Oh, do you want to play? I couldn't have been more insulting. He's not even angry that I'm laughing, at least outwardly. Of course I know he is. But he's showing no signs of anger. And then just to insult him even more, I say, oh, do you want to play? Like it's my video game now. Like it's my TV. Like it's my house. Oh, here you go, champ. And I know that's going to piss him off immensely. And he doesn't know how to articulate it. He says, I want you to leave. I say, it's 3 a.m. and I'm on shrooms. You think I could just drive home? I'm like, do you feel cool right now? He says, no. I say, okay, well, I'm going to go out. It's cold outside. I'm going to go sit in the car. I'm going to turn the car on and hope that there's enough gas that I can keep the car running to keep the fucking heat on. Literally sitting in the car in front of your house. Okay, so yeah, this is fucked up, but yeah, bye. And then he comes to the window. He's like, I ordered you a ride home. I was like, it's not one of your friends, is it? Like one of your fucking retard friends? He said, like, I don't even know who his friends are. You know, they live in a night, they're millionaires. And so he says, no, I ordered you a service. Like, there's actually a taxi service. They're going to drive your car and they're going to drive someone else's car too. And I say, you know, Ash, why are you talking like a robot? Because he starts talking really weird. He starts feeling guilty for what he's done. I say, why are you talking like a robot? He says, I don't know. And I say, you don't trust that the universe is going to take care of you. I'm having the best day of my life. I roll the window up on him. And then he comes back, he knocks on the window. He has a huge jar of shrooms. He says, here. I say, forgiven. And I take the shrooms. And then the fucking guy comes to drive me home. This Indian guy with his son. And I get the dad. And he says, can I smoke in here? I say, yeah. It's against the rules. It's my mom's car, but yeah, just open up the window. And I put on Supertramp, Breakfast in America. And you're drinking Coca-Cola. And he goes, oh yeah. I'm like, yeah. I say, do you want some shrooms? He says, no, I can't. I have a family. I go, poof. I burst out laughing. Like, you fucking dweeb. And then he says, after we get back, he says, what about a tip? I say, I can't, I'm broke. I said, the tip was supposed to be the shrooms. He says, I'm going to come back to your house and we're going to do them together. I was like, oh. I mean, could you see why I'd get euthanized? Having no one to talk to? Like, don't you think I'm a cool, happy, fun guy? With fungi? The only person I have to talk to is the old man who shows me his dick. Like, could you imagine that, though? Like, all your efforts mean nothing? Okay, so I guess we'll make a pita. On the counseling phone call today, they're like, you're feeling safe, right? I'm like, yeah, sure, honey. I have OCD and I'm an obsessive worrier. The only way I'd get deleted is by a fucking nitro pod. I'm a baby, I'm afraid of pain. And obviously, I can't even fucking eat watermelon with a headache. Ugh. Now, is there hope for me if Desco broke up with me? Yeah, I was crying pretty hard today. But I was also like, you know what? You're crying for a different reason. Why? Because the fourth made you say things that made Dance Girl break up with you? I was like, well, is Dance Girl one to talk? She made me break up with Marina, so why would the fourth not have the right to do that? Yeah, I mean, I thought if Dance Girl were to have apologized for that, then I probably would have told the fourth, I don't think it's good that you send I love yous. But I was like, well, Dance Girl did it to me. She never acknowledged it. It fucked my relationship up. So why wouldn't I have the same standard with Dance Girl? And then it breaks Dance Girl and I up. Well, then that's not my fault. And that's how it's supposed to be. So if Dance Girl's like, well, why don't you just tell her to leave you alone? I'm like, well, because that's not how the cookie is crumbled. And it doesn't threaten you anyways. In fact, why did Marina dumped me because I said I have to leave space for Dance Girl and for Blonde Girl, but Marina was adamant that it was someone else. She said God was telling her basically that there's someone else you like, which would have been Dance Girl. And I was like, well, if we have threesomes with her, what does it even matter? Marina's like, because I'm afraid that you like her more. She never said that. That's what she was saying. Some tabbouleh. Oh, no, it's not tabbouleh. We have some kind of salad here. But I really missed talking to you here. I mean, I cried at you earlier today. I didn't really talk to you. I just cried to you. But now I'm cool again. Now I don't have this pounding, nauseating headache. Now I feel like I'm having a fun time. I'm enjoying myself. I mean, every night I have these deep conversations with you that I share my heart. And this is really what keeps me happy and contented. This is really my favorite part of the night, every night. And to think I'm not talking to anyone. I'm talking to fucking gay rapists. Like fucking... I'm not name calling here. Like, I'm talking to guys who are, like, who I don't even know, who are fucking writing rude comments on my channel. There's no one else I'm even talking to. To think that is horrifying. It's like really fucking sad. I think, well, maybe there's other TIs I'm talking to. That's cool. But not talking to Dance Girl is gonna really piss me off. It's gonna really fucking hurt me. I don't want that to be the case. I insist, Dance Girl, that you be my pig forever. I don't want to have to live without you. And if you do, if you make me do that, just to spite you, I'm going to go get euthanized. It's going to be all your fault. Just remember, I'm hanging that over your head. Go ahead, leave me. I'm going to die then. And it'll be your fault. You're going to have to clean up the mess. Well, is that really realistic? No, of course not. Dance Girl would never leave. Dance Girl loves me. If Dance Girl leaves, that means I'm not the gorilla daddy. But, I mean, fucking... Why are you so scared she's gonna leave? Because when you're Jesus Christ, it doesn't look right to say, of course I'm the fucking gorilla daddy. My pig's never gonna leave me. You know, you have to say, oh, I think she's gonna leave me. I think I'm ugly. Okay, when you're the hottest guy in town, it doesn't look right to say, you know, I'm hotter than Jamie. I'm hotter than anyone. It doesn't look right to say it. You have to say, oh, I'm not hot. I have a little pinhead. People go, no, you look good. You say, really? Are you serious? They go, yeah. You go, I don't believe you. You're patronizing me. Just stop it. They say, no, seriously, you have body dysmorphia or something. You need help. You go, really? Do you have a number I can call? You go to therapy. You tell the therapist. You tell everyone around. And it's your shtick. And you can carry it on for years. You can carry it on for fucking generations. You're like a doctor keeping people sick. You're like the good doctor. The doctor's son has his first day on the job. He says, Dad, I cured a woman today. The doctor hits his son in the face. He says, that woman was paying for our car, for our Rolexes, for everything, and you cured her? You're supposed to keep her sick. Okay, you got to keep the people placating you. But they don't know it, okay? They don't know they're placating you. They're saying, no, seriously. You're not that bad. You're actually really great. I said, really? I don't know. I'm just not much of somebody. I'm just little old me. Okay, it's not like I'm the gorilla daddy. Okay? And then the other option, the other fucking scary thing is, what if Dance Girl really did break up with me? I mean, last month, you know, I'm like, really? I'm the trick daddy? You know? I'm really the trick daddy over here? I'm like, we came really close to breaking up last month. What are you going to say, that we didn't? And that really I was the trick daddy the whole time? You know, we came really close to breaking up. And so what if that actually happens? What then? I don't know. Would I actually want to go get euthanized? Well, yeah, of course. But, you know, I have things to do. I have things to do. I don't want to just die. And I think, you know, everyone feels like that after a breakup. They feel like everything sucks and it's never going to get better. And that's just the depression talking. That's not even true, so don't even think like that. And you have all this stuff that you got to do to get God's permission, and you don't even have the money. So that's going to take you some years. And in those years, you would learn to live again. I thought that would be great that I at least cried today about Dance Girl. In case we do break up, I'd say at least those tears counted as grieving, helping me get over it. And then I was like, oh, you know what? I'm actually crying because I'm really fucking full of dookie water in my brain, and I'm actually suffering with literal brain poisoning. And I'm sad that I don't have my main medication of choice, which is cooked food. And I'm emotional like I'm on shrooms. Just like, technically when you're taking shrooms, you're poisoning your brain. And you might start crying and acting funny and weird. And that's why I literally have brain poisoning and I'm fucking over the top. Last night when I went to bed, I was happy, thinking Dance Girl loves me. This morning I woke up, I thought she doesn't love me. But that could be the anticipatory effect of the brain poisoning, which is a real thing, plus the actual brain poisoning. So my headache is going away now. It's still here, but slowly it's going away. I feel entertaining. I enjoy talking to you. Seeing a guy who flashed me every night is pretty fucked up. You know? Okay. Could you imagine how angry I'd be? They're like, you can't go on Kenneth Street because you're a predator. I'm like, okay. And then they're like, and we're going to have a guy who dishes out justice, who does it for justice, stalk you every night. Just to show you how it feels. I'm like, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because I'm you. And you're me. Yeah, that's what it is. Because I'm you and you're me. Whatever. Okay, I'm just making some sauce here. Well, I'm not traumatized by that guy. But I am, but I'm not really. It's more so like, that's the only guy I get to talk to. That's my girlfriend. My girlfriend is that guy. Anyone else, not allowed to talk to. Sorry. Meet a hot girl at the strip club who has no idea what gang stalking is. Sorry, not allowed to be with her, even though she likes me. For her protection, someone has to warn her to stay away from me. And they have to do it really snidely. Like, ugh. Well, I'm happy with some gang stalkers, obviously. I'm happy with most gang stalkers, really. You know, it's the institution of gang stalking that I don't like. Okay, we have cucumbers here too. So the mini kind, not the ones that make your ass bleed. Just putting on some lettuce. Some cucumbers. This is going to be really good. I wish we had tomato. I'm putting on a lot of cucumber. I wish you could see me. I love my hair right now. There's a lot of benefits of being raw vegan, I'm telling you. Your hair gets way better. I am going to go back raw vegan, of course. Okay, if you're like, oh, you called me... If there's anyone watching and they're like, you called me fat. You called my fucking daughter, my sister fat. Fucking, I've called a lot of pigs fat. Now some have apologized, but some I haven't. Okay. I'm a hypocrite. Certain people, you have permission to do anything. You can walk on water. Other people might not gonna fly. You know, and it depends. Are you an apple gainer or not? You know, I'm scientific about it. And, you know, the Dookie Queen, go ahead, gain all the weight you want. And, but me, I'm an apple head. Okay, I can't do it. Helen is like, she's like, I hate pears. I love apple gainers. I was like, what? That's fucking nuts. Like, you're just saying that because you're an apple gainer. But, you know, our whole family is, really. And, fucking, so we got this. Now, the key is to put a lot of pepper in your sauce. You never really know that, do you? But yeah, you got to. If you want it to taste like KFC Twister, you need a lot of pepper. Is that going to hurt your teeth? You're going to bite into a fucking kernel of pepper? Yeah. Yeah, at Anio's, my mom got in trouble. She took a pepper grinder off another table because they take the screw right off their pepper grinders. So the pepper is so coarse. She got a little mini pepper grinder to put in her purse to take to Anio's. Now, I can't go to Anio's because I'm banned for life. No, I'm joking. I just don't, you know, they don't really have anything for me. I one time got a pasta there that was vegan. It was a little too spicy with ciabatta. It was really good. So, yeah, well, I was going to make Dance Girl a wrap, really. But I can still make her a wrap. You never know. I'd take her to Bantan, get her pad thai. You know, would I split a pad thai with her? That's really cheap. But would she understand? Would I be like, Dance Girl, I'm actually poor? Just in case you don't know that. But would I buy her own pad thai? I'd be like, I'm not going to eat. I'd be like, let me just cook you dinner. It's cheaper. I can't afford $40. But I could, actually. I would do that. Yeah, I would. I'd say, but I'm going to choose what you get, you know. And it's not a vegan thing. It's not like... I used to go to dinner with my grandma, and I'd say, tell me what you want to order, and then order something else. And then when the waitress gets here, I'll say, no, the lady will have this. And I'll be really snide. And I'll tell her what your actual order is. And it was really funny. I mean, I would want you to have fucking pad thai. Because it's the best. And I'd say, go ahead, Dance Girl. Fucking... You know what? I wouldn't. I would never say that. I'd say, go ahead, Dance Girl. Have it with chicken or shrimp. I'd be like, you know what? If you want that, you order it yourself. Order whatever you're going to order. I'm not ordering for you. I could recommend the pad thai, but that's it. No, I'm not one of those gorilla daddies who chooses my pig's fucking order. And then I could say there's also the lemongrass barbecue chicken or something, which is really good. It's really fucking good. And then there's the fried rice, which is really good too. Stu, fuck you. Now, the other way to lengthen your lifespan is just by don't eat that much. Just eat till you're 80% full. Really, the thing I really want to do is be raw vegan. So I'm probably going to wean off cooked food. Might take me a little while longer to eat these watermelons. Oh. Yeah, I still have a headache, but it's not so bad anymore. I had a fucking migraine. It was really fucking bad. Okay. Well, you don't want to see stew. The video's gonna get better in a minute, okay? I just have to multitask for a minute. Have you seen our oven mitt? Look at this. These are the best oven mitts. Look how great that is. Yeah, if Dance Girl broke up with me, I'm gonna be mad. Okay. And I cut my meat with scissors. Like my edible meat. Which I guess, you know, my non-cannibal edible meat. This one piece needs to be more crunchy. Let's see if we can push this back in. So there's 3 pieces. How many chickens do you need on a wrap? Like 3? Lots of cucumbers. Lots of sauce. Probably need tin foil. Well, you know, you don't need tin foil. Okay. 4 pieces of chicken. We're gonna have it open on one side. We're gonna do it KFC style. We don't roll it like a wrap. I'm gonna roll it like well, I guess that is a wrap actually. We don't roll it like a burrito. We roll it like a wrap. I think that's what Stella does. Can't remember. I told my mom, I said, you know who's a good cook? Stella. She said, who's Stella? I said, our neighbor, Doy. She said, oh, yeah. Okay, so we have to get Mr. Shit over here. Off the couch. God, I hate you, Stu. I've never hated a cat so much. He's offensive. He's offensive in every possible way. You pet him, and your hand is full of residue. He has shit all over his fucking fur. He only shits on the floor. He never shits in the litter box, and he shits all over the place. And then he has to be on the couch. No matter what, his only rule is he has to be on the couch at the same time as you. And then, and the rest of the time, he meows obnoxiously, as loud as possible, 24/7. And he looks at you, like, without showing any gratitude. And his only redeeming quality is that he likes being pet. Wow. That's fucking addictive. That is really good. Now, Am I really sorry to all those fatties? Not really, because I'm fucking at least moderating my diet. You know, I still ate a whole watermelon today. If I do another water fast, I'll drop down to 150. I'm 183 right now. But I want to just ease into it. Ease into eating fruit and skip the water fast completely. Well, I wonder how Blonde Girl is doing. I wondered if she's coerced and forced. That is really rich, though. That TSD's like, don't come near my house, I'm protecting my daughter. That's one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life. He said that even before I said that I wanted to marry his daughter. Before I even mentioned her. I said, don't come around my house. I got little daughters. I'm like, you're stalking me. You're not gang stalking me. You're stalking me. And you're telling me I can't go near your house. To protect your little daughter. I know you're retarded, but that makes you really fucking perverted. I know you don't understand that. I know you think you're smarter than everyone. You know who's really hot is Michael Fassbender. I was thinking too, just keep eating cooked food. You know, you don't want to be a fucking freak. You're gonna become mentally ill if you start being raw vegan. I mean, water fasting is a better way. But don't fuck your relationship up with Dance Girl just to be raw vegan. I would rather be cooked food vegan than lose Dance Girl. And look what happened today. I'm crying. I'm all fucked up. I'm saying, Dance Girl dumped me. Did she? Who knows? I don't think so. Might be safer. Just be a hybrid. Eat a watermelon every 2 days. Eat half a watermelon a day. Or, tomorrow I could probably eat a whole watermelon and not have a migraine. Today I had the grossest shit. I had like fucking, when it's like you wipe your ass and there's even more poo, and the next wipe there's even more poo, and it's just like endless poo. And you're like, why? Where is it all coming from? And it's like messy. And, it was one of those. I was like, this is like days old. This is not like fresh. This is fucking, this is the watermelon cleaning this out. And, I'm such a dirty fucking rascal that, there's that much in my guts, then there's that much interstitially. And so, that migraine was a lot of stuff being cleaned out. And so tomorrow, if I eat another whole watermelon, I probably won't have the migraine. Even though I'm eating this food today, it's not, there was like days accumulated of food. And so the watermelon got that all out. It wasn't like the biggest shit I've ever had. It was just like old stuff that was stuck. There's 2 layers. There's old stuff that's stuck, and then there's really old stuff that's cement. And we need to remove the cement stuff. The old stuff that's removed, you can get that by just drinking, a colon flush, or doing a saltwater flush, or just drink more water for a little while. Eat a bunch of fiber, you can get that stuff out. But the cement stuff, that's the stuff that we need to get to be super ripped. And then, if we want to be super ripped, just getting the fresh stuff out. Then eating raw vegan. And then just drinking 3 liters of water a day, which is not that excessive. But again, when you're eating a whole watermelon a day, you're drinking 3 or 4 liters of watermelon of water just from that watermelon. And that water in that watermelon is different than the water that you drink. It's structurally different. And so it's more hydrating. It's more cleansing. Drinking water is like 30 molecules clumped together. And the water in living fruit is like 5 molecules clumped together. And to assimilate it, the larger the cluster, the more difficult it is to assimilate it. I got the hose for Stu. I even have to cup my hand to fill it with enough water. And then the water goes all over the floor. And then I step in it and then my sock gets wet. I mean, I really can't tell you how much I hate Stu. He's just the worst cat. I mean, I don't know. He's he's a nice enough guy, but I think he's real bossy. I think he's kind of a bully, really. He just yells at you all the time. My mom comes home and is like, Stu, can you just be quiet for a minute? I'm like, he's been yelling at me for hours. You've only had him here for 5 minutes. Eventually, you just do whatever Stu wants. And he knows that. You think, oh God, let him outside? Perfect. You can get rid of him for a while. That's actually a good deal. I didn't want to get off the couch. I can actually get rid of him for an hour. Or just forget about him all afternoon. Oh, yeah, he wants his food. You don't feel like feeding him? His cases of food cost like a lot of money. They're like $100 each. For like, it costs like $200 a month to keep him. I said, why don't you just feed him a normal diet? The answer I got back was, well, some people would, and that would kill him. You know, some people just let him die. I'm like, I don't believe in all this science stuff. Maybe I'm off. He seems as fucked up as he ever has been. He used to be fat, but he was skinny. He was skinny even before his new diet. He's on kidney formula. I'm loving my haircut. Fucking xenomorph. Yeah, into it. I really wanted to jack off today. After 2 months, I haven't jacked off in 2 months. Except for, you know, July 2nd, but that counted as long distance sex. And then there's some trauma jacks there. Or some excessive jacks. You know, after I hadn't the energy anymore. God, I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked. I just want to sleep now. I want you to say, no, don't go to sleep. We need your company. I'll say, okay, I'll do it for you, dance girl. I should be wearing a thong. I mean, well, I think my personality is good enough too, though. Twig legs. Oh, there it is. Finally figured out how to put this on. There might not be anything else left to say. Yeah, well, maybe I shouldn't go raw vegan. It's hard. It's fucking hard. You know, I can stabilize my weight at 170, 180. That's fat, though. I look better when I'm muscular and skinny. I'm more, I don't like having a pudgy face. Oh, but I like eating. It's fun. Stu is just up there meowing. He reminds me of the screamer from I Love You, Philip Morris. He's deaf, too. He doesn't even know how loud he is. Well, I might have nothing left to talk about, so you might want to just turn the video off now. I'm content at being alone, I guess. I am hopeful, though, that I didn't get dumped. But sometimes I really am contented being alone. I imagine people. There was this one girl I liked in high school. She worked at this place called Tito's Pizza. She had huge jugs. She was top heavy. No ass. She was in my grade 9 art class. My friend and I, Nathan and I, we called her, what was it? Tiny Big Tit Bitch. We had names for everyone. There was Tiny Bitch, Stupid Cindy, Tiny Big Tit Bitch. Stupid Bitch. And fucking... And we really loved them, There were more. I can't remember all their names, but... Tiny Big Tit Bitch was Stupid Bitch is such a funny name. And, and so I found out that Tiny Big Tit Bitch, she worked at Tito's Pizza, which I never went to. Now they sell ice cream there, vegan ice cream. But it used to be a pizza shop. And I somehow ended up talking to her on texting or something. She was friends with Jocelyn. Jocelyn hung out with the cool people, and she was this girl who would cuck me. She would she would grind her ass on me and tell me how she'd fuck her boyfriend. But she wouldn't fuck me. And I never let her make me come. I was like, fuck that. It was too humiliating. And she'd let me finger her, but she would never do anything to me. It was kind of weird. She lived with me in Denmark for a while, for a couple of weeks. And, then she Skyped with her boyfriend in front of me, and it was just, and then she slept in bed with me, cuddled with me. And I was like, I'm not going to even try to fuck you. Like, you're so weird. Now she has a baby. I found out too, now that I'm more perceptive, I'm like, you have a pinhead. And she has like a master's degree or something fascist where she's like a counselor and she charges a lot of money for sessions with her. And I'm like, I know you're just a retard. And so now she has a baby. I'm like, oh, yuck. That's so gross. That's so fucking gross. Well, it's not like it's ugly and she's like an ugly person. She's quite beautiful. But, you could feel how are you going to, like what Lauryn Hill says, how are you going to win if you ain't right within? Like, she's such a fucking flake. She's so cruel. And it's so pathetic to use your sexual power over somebody. Is so mean and so cruel. And when you're actually at the mercy of it, it's really horrifying. I had another girlfriend in Denmark when she was there who was much hotter, like a Swedish girlfriend from Malmo who was like way fucking hotter. And I was like, you can't fucking tease me. I don't give a fuck. Now it would really set me off. But the longer I don't jack off for, the weaker you get, the more desperate you are. That's one of the things about jacking off. You think, okay, it's great, it relaxes me, but you're going to be really weak after. And if some bitch tries to tease you, you're going to be just grabbing at her. You're going to be thinking, let me just eat your shit to see the hole it came out of. And, you're going to be fucking a beggar. And so you have to keep your strength up. And so it kind of happens. What's a dirty old man? It's like a guy who would fucking eat your shit. Really? No. I'm one to talk. I've never eaten shit, but clearly I'm into buttholes a lot. But you get the point. It's like you're so desperate that you're like fucking you're grabbing at anything that comes your way. You're just like, please, anything. You're like begging. I feel it on the Laughing Flasher. I'm like, why are you pretending to have dignity? Why are you pretending to have pride? A girl can tell how often you jack off. She knows that instantly. And I'm a girl. You're fucking gross. You're fucking gross, man. On a spiritual level, you're gross. But why does it happen with old men, dirty old men? Because as you're older, you're getting weaker. And so you're more desperate. So you'll go for anything you can get. And so it's hard. You have to be stronger, to become more intelligent as you get older. To continue getting more intelligent so that you become more and more attractive. They say a man is like an aged fine wine. A woman is over the hill. A man gets older, beautiful, lovely. A woman gets older, ew, sick, disgusting. Well, what's the difference? The difference is that victory has defeated you. As a woman, you have, what do you have? You have sex. As a man, you have no sex. All women have sex. All men don't have sex. No men have sex. All women have sex. All men are slaves. All women are free. So that means that all women get to have sex and no men get to have sex. Now, of course, if you're thinking, well, how does that work? Who are women having sex with? Yes, that's exactly right. All women cheat. All women marry their husband, and then that's how they get their money, and then they have sex with the guys who they like. So the majority of men never have sex, and the majority of women do have sex. And therefore, men have to be less fat than women. Women are more fat, overweight, obese. Women are more lazy than men on that level. Women can get a house, women can get paid. Women have a better freedom, a better privilege. Women have privilege. Men don't have privilege. And, men are black, women are white. And we live in a racist time. So that's all it means to be black. It just means being a man. And so men are fucking forced to be as excellent as possible. Whereas women, you could be fat, you could be ugly, you could be a psychopath, you could be a piece of shit. Doesn't matter. You're still gonna get everything you want. You're gonna get everything you need. Okay, some man is gonna pay for you with his life. He's gonna be forced to do that. He's gonna have to go to war for you. He's gonna have to die for you. He's gonna have to work for you. And because the man is a slave. And so why would the woman become stronger and more intelligent? What would be the necessity? A woman doesn't have to be funny. A woman doesn't have to be smart. Why is everything a woman says stupid? Because it doesn't have to be smart. There's no necessity for it. It takes effort to be smart. It's difficult, it's dangerous to be smart. If you're smart, you're going to have people try and kill you. Just for understanding the duplicity and the hypocrisy and the lies of people in general, just for being smart enough to understand how dishonest people are and how treacherous people are going to try and kill you. It's fucking rebellious to be smart. Why would you do it? Well, you'd only do it if you have to. Because what's the highest value in every culture? Sex. And so you'd have to be as best you can as a man. So as a man, I saw this video with Tyler from RSD, and he's talking to this woman, and she's like, yeah, life is so fucking hard. I don't know what to do. And he's like, you know what my best advice is? Work for it like a man. Literally act like a man and work for what you want. And it'll be like 99 times harder than whatever you're used to. But it's the only way. Otherwise, you're just going to be a hoe. You're going to have to subjugate yourself. And I've done that. I've lived with, Travis, who's rich as fuck. And I felt like a hoe. I'm like, I don't want to have to live under your thumb. If we have a disagreement, I depend on you for money. What does that mean? Then I have to fucking bite my own dick off? So a man gets more attractive as he gets older because he gets stronger. But not every man. Of course, there are dirty old men too. But in general, a man is more incentivized to become more excellent as he ages. Like, I'm much cooler than I am now. If I met Dance Girl when I was 19 and she's 19, I couldn't have had her. She would have been not someone who I could have gorilla daddied. But now I can, because I've had fucking all this time to fucking develop myself. And that's how it works, Well, when I was 19, I was a fucking retard. I was horrifying. I had no idea how fucked I was. But I wasn't that fucked, It was really Chelsea who fucked me. And then afterwards, I started to realize it. She really led me astray. I really idolized her. She was like my idol. Idolatry. She was my false god. She really was. Thou shalt not have false gods. I really put Chelsea as like God. She was like everything. I remember mouthing off to her one time. After years, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe what I just said. It was so nuts. I was like, oh, I didn't realize we're being honest now. I was like, after I seduced you, you stopped talking to me. She said, everything you say is bullshit. I said, which it was, but only the things that didn't matter. I was like, I have a girlfriend who has a Camaro. Like, I was just lying. I was just trying to impress her. I was just like, I had read this book, The Game, and it said you're supposed to say like high value things. So I just made up all these stories, like purely just lying, making up the most ridiculous stories, and really truly expecting that she would believe them, like having real expectation that she would believe them, and being angry if she didn't, but you know, it was like, it doesn't matter anyway, because that's just the thing to make you like me, you know, because you're a whore, and I have to bypass the fact that you're a whore to show you that really you would like me. If you actually got to know me, you would like me. So I have to bypass the fact that you're a whore by lying to you to make you think that I have enough money that I can buy you. So it doesn't count. Those lies don't even matter. The real me you're still getting. And, you know, and that's pretty cheap of you to hold me accountable to that. Okay, if you lie about cutting someone's brake lines, that's different than lying about having a girlfriend who has a Camaro. And so, fucking, finally, she says to me, everything you say is bullshit, because we're getting to the point where I'm angry at her for not being with me, but still stringing me along, still keeping me. Because she was chasing this guy, John. Her boyfriend's name is John. And I'd tell you his last name too, but I feel like it would be rude somehow. But anyway, John Gallagher. And, you know, a redhead. And she's chasing him around, and she just loves him, and she's obsessed with him, and he never gives, is that bad? And I'm like beside myself, you know. I'm like totally green. I'm inexperienced, and she's the love of my life. Imagine the love of your life telling you that my boyfriend didn't text me all week. Imagine how you'd feel. She might as well have said, look at my cream pie that my boyfriend just gave me. What do you think? Like, it was so traumatizing. It was like the most traumatizing thing I'd ever felt. And, you know, she would cuddle with me and fucking, and not just when I'd force her to. You know, I could tell her, like, you know, cuddle with me now. Like, hug me from behind. Like, I could tell her that, you know, like, and fucking, she asked me if I wanted to have sex at one point, and I was so angry from how much she had cucked me. She may have been serious too. And I was like, no. You know, I was like, you fucking did all that shit to me. You know, I was too angry. And then, but that was after, you know, the first time I mouthed off to her, I was like, you know, that was crazy. You know, you wouldn't dare dream, you wouldn't ever say that to her. Like, never. Like, no matter what she says, it's perfect forever. Like, that was how I was. Like, that's like mouthing off to Kim Jong-un in North Korea. Like, you would just never, ever do that. And so she told me everything you say is bullshit at one point, because she felt bad, I guess. She felt bad that she was stringing me along while she was trying to get some other guy. And so she's like, well, you technically lied about all this stuff, which I know via gang stalking you, or just because it's obviously lies. And, you know, I made her this song where I did all this fake cheering and stuff to make her think I was like famous. And she's just plainly laughing at it. Like, she's just laughing. And I'm like, oh God. And I tested it out on Jocelyn, that girl who came to Denmark, that cuck tease bitch, like, to see if she believed it. And she's like, it's clearly fake. And I'm like, okay, well, and I sent it to Chelsea anyways. I'm like, Chelsea won't know. She's so dumb. but she knew. And then, fucking, well, anyways, I sent it to my mom too, and she believed it. And then my mom was like, wow, that's amazing. And then now my mom still has it, and she listens to it sometimes, and it makes me just cringe so much. I'm like, this hurts my soul so much. Like, you couldn't imagine how humiliating this is. Like, I found it on her computer, and I just instantly deleted it. And I'm like, if she shows this to people, I'm going to fucking die. But, I finally told Chelsea too. I went home at the Christmas party and I emailed her. I was like, that was all fake. I'm so sorry. And then I went back. I took a cab back to the Christmas party. I just had to tell her suddenly. And, I heard some story where Ted had to be with Karen all of a sudden. Like, love demanded it. And he's 20 years older than Karen. And I wondered if Ted could relate to me today when I was crying over Dance Girl. I was like, I just have to be with her. Like, you know how it seems kind of gay? You're like, well, you're 20 years older than her. You're probably just using her as a fuckhole. Just some naive, fuck puppet. You just want her to piss on you or something. And it's like, no, I'm really in love with her. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm in love with her and I need to see her right now. Or I'm going to go in the kitchen and gain 50 pounds. And I thought, I wonder if this is what Ted felt with Karen. And, because a real man, doesn't love a woman. Obviously a real man has more important things to do. But I was like, I feel like part of being a real man, you think, you love a woman, like, that's fucking gay. But I feel like part of being straight is actually loving a woman. I'm actually not joking. And today I felt it. Normally being straight is like, you're like, yo, bros, I fucking got this girl. She's fucking hot. Like, check out, how hard it makes me to fuck her. Like, I'm thinking about her right now. Like, look at my fucking, boner here. Like, feel how hard it is. Like, she's fucking hot, dude. Like, feel how hard she gets me. Seriously. That's like what it means to be a hot, cool, straight guy. But, to actually want to show your pig, even when it's soft. I mean, you know how much a Playgirl magazine costs? Like $20. And there's like 2 naked pictures of guys in the whole fucking magazine, and they're fucking flaccid. They're flaccid. And part of that is like, you want to show the pig. Look at how I feel in my heart, as evidenced by my flaccid wiener. Well, why does that mean love is in your heart to be flaccid? Because all the blood is going to my heart. That's why. Man, this was a good meal. I feel so elated right now. I don't want to lose this feeling. I might just, I'm gonna eat my watermelons, but I'm gonna hold off on going raw vegan a little bit because I might be hybrid. There's lots of cooked food guys who live till over 100 and they're skinny. I could just lose weight. But honestly, I would like to go raw vegan. It is fucking difficult. And you do medicate yourself with food. Really, by the time you're fat, what you really are doing is you're medicating yourself. You're in emotional pain, and you're medicating yourself. That's really what you're doing. And now Dance Girl smokes. You can smoke or you could eat. And, so choose your poison. So I don't know what to do. You could work out. But anyways, as far as being alone, I talked to Tiny Big Tit Bitch. I see them at Moose Winooski's. They're the cool people at high school. And I go for a job interview at Moose Winooski's to be a bartender. And my mom calls me while I'm there. The bartender comes over and I'm writing out this form. It's like, if someone gives you $5.21 and you owe them $3.50 change, how much change do you have? And if they order another beer at that time, then what do you do? And it's like all these fucking riddles. And she comes over and she says, your mom is on the phone. I say, what? How does my mom know the number here? She's like, well, your mom knows that you're here and she called and she asked to talk to you. I'm like, okay. And my mom's like, hey, you forgot your shoelaces here. Or like something that I was like, really? You're calling me for this while I'm at a job interview? Like, this is weird. This is weird. I don't understand why you're calling me right now. I felt really kind of like, I didn't understand. I was like, is this some kind of claiming your territory? Like, that's my son. Or supporting me or something? Or trying to help me? I don't really know. I didn't get the job, though. I was really pissed. But I had seen the cool kids there. You know, the ones who have their own cars when they're 16. And, you know, the ones who never hung out with me in high school. And the one who I liked, we named her Tall Bitch, and that was Jocelyn. And, anyways, so Jocelyn, I forget how it happened, but Tiny Big Tit Bitch, I end up talking to her on text or email or something, MSN, or I forget what it was. And she has that drooling with delight kind of personality where she has Oblong syndrome. If she's going to be your girlfriend, she needs you to ignore her while she paws at you. But I also have that personality type, at least back then. And I'm like, and maybe to some extent I still do, but that might be a masochist thing. I'm not exactly sure. On some level, I'm like, it has to be very equal or else I can't do it. And so she's like, we just start talking, and we had never hung out alone together. And she says, I'll come over to your house. She's delivering herself on a silver platter. And it's beyond me. I'm like, well, I'm just a loser, I'm not really anyone. If you knew the real me, you wouldn't be offering this. And then I say this weird thing to her. We don't talk for a little while. And she says, I knew you'd come crawling back. And I say, I say like in a facetious tone, but she doesn't get it through text. I say, I want to kiss the back of your neck. Or I want you to feel my breath on the back of your neck. Now, I know I said something similar to Dance Girl recently, like yesterday or today. I was like, I want to kiss Dance Girl's face like 1,000 times, like the side of her head and her temple. I don't think it was the same thing. But when I used to hang out with Jocelyn, I would always be in the big spoon position, and I would always just see the back of her neck. And, she was like a giraffe. And fucking really liked that. But I'm being facetious, I'm saying, she's like, I knew you'd come crawling back. And so I'm like, okay, let me be really overly romantic, like super romantic, but it's like too much. It's like intentionally cheesy. And I think that turned her off. I think she didn't get it. And I was like, you are not very meta, are you? And I was like, I think you're fucking immature. And then, with Jocelyn, it was the same thing. I said, oh, you inspired me to write this song. And she's like, you shouldn't say that. She's like, maybe I encouraged you, but inspired? No. And then I said to her after, I said, do you like French fries? She's like, yeah. I'm like, oh my God, me too. And she's like, yeah, everyone likes French fries. Like, it doesn't mean we have a lot in common. It doesn't mean that we're supposed to be together or something. I was like, yeah, I know, you stupid fucking idiot bitch. You fucking dumb fuck. You asshole. You fucking tease. You cruel pervert. You fucking worm. And, fucking, yeah, she broke my heart though, really. She invited me over once to hang out at her aunt's house while she was house sitting her cats or something. And she was like, this is while she has this boyfriend who works at the student massage place where I used to get massages once in a while. But I never got him. And fucking, well, she's like, I had the house all to myself and I wasn't going to be here all by myself. So that's why I invited you over. I was like, can't you just say you wanted to see me? And then we watched porn. And it was like, whoa. And she's a Jesus girl who really prides herself on being a virgin. And she's like, my boyfriend's tip just went in. Do you think it counts as sex? There was blood everywhere. And I'm like, ugh, God. Fucking Jocelyn. Yeah, well, and they have artistic she has artistic parents, which I now think of as fascist. And back in the day I thought, oh, they're eclectic. They're cool. They're hip. They're zany. Kind of like the other father in Coraline. But like the artistic kind of goober dad, the soft-natured, wearing cardigan sweaters dad who has an arts degree in the liberal arts, that kind of personality. And the mom is a painter. And I don't realize at this point that to be a successful painter, you have to get put on. You have to be a politician. You have to be a whore. Well, you have to be good too. I'm thinking of Paulina, Rave Girl. She was actually quite good. She was actually amazing. But not as good as my uncle. He doesn't make 30 grand for a painting. But if he looked like her, he'd make more than she does. He sold a painting to Robert De Niro, who was an asshole, he said. But he dealt with his agent or something. But his paintings weren't fucking like Rave Girls. Like, my uncle is a far superior painter to Rave Girl. But Rave Girl is still a far superior painter to you. I mean, you could see Rave Girl's paintings and you'd go, oh, that's amazing. She's not like David Cho. David Cho, he's amazing. Rave Girl is like, she's showing her technical talent. David Cho can do something simple, but it's still amazing. Like Daddy Jack, he can cook just plain potatoes and sausage, but it's amazing. He doesn't have to do whatever that Wellington roast is or something, that special roast or some fancy thing. He can do that too, but he can just do the plain ones. My uncle can do that, but he's not going to have people, Van Gogh, he was just mental. People were just like, yeah, this guy's mental. You know, if he's a hot girl, or if he's a politician, not literally, but if he plays the political games, well, what is a politic? As someone who has tics, and lots of them, like poly and tic. You know, someone who has lots of personality defects that they hide. And so it comes out by having a twitch. And they go, I'm not crazy. I'm not going to go postal. Because they're making all these promises they can't keep. They're pretending to be someone they're not. You know, they judge you silently. I mean, most girls who get raped have to leave town. Everyone says, oh, we hate, you know, everyone says, oh, we hate the fucking rapist and we're so sorry for you. But they have to leave town. The girl who gets raped has to leave town. Because what do people say under their breath? How do they go, you fucking slut. That's what they say. You fucking slut. Yeah, don't walk on Kenneth Street, Z-Bubs, you fucking predator. Don't get raped either, you fucking slut. That's what they say. That's what people say. And you gotta leave town. We'll send the flasher over to fuck you, just to show you. That's what the fascist people say. You know, with their arts degrees and their fucking pride flag and their inclusion and their pronouns. And so I'm like, oh, Jocelyn has the cool parents. Oh, they're understanding, they're hip. And, you know, as I'm getting older, I'm seeing her baby born out of hatred, born out of not taking responsibility for her own life, needing to have a purpose that's some other thing than herself. I'm thinking, yuck. Fucking, if I had Facebook, I'd delete you as a friend just for doing that, just for using a human life as an accessory. That's so disgusting. And of course, you're going to showcase it. Of course, you're going to have a professional photo shoot showing how hot and cool you are and how beautiful your baby is and how you dress it up in the Gap clothing or something. And you make it a fucking fashion statement to show that your life isn't as fucked up as it is, to show that you're a caring, loving mother, that you're nurturing, and you know how to treat a man right, and you know how to raise a baby right, and you have it all together. And your life just works out perfectly. As if you're fooling anyone. As if having a baby to fool people is worth while. As if it can fool yourself. You can't fool everyone all the time. And you can't fool yourself either. And who are you fooling? Your boyfriend? Well, it should be me. It should be me having a baby with you, Jocelyn. I mean, when she broke up with me, she said, I like you too much, and that's why I'm breaking up with you, because I don't want to just string you along. I was like, ugh, God. But it turns out she did when she came to Denmark. She said, you know, you're too rough. You know, I'm telling her how fucked up she is. She's like, you can't do this because you don't have tact. She's like, you have to be a lot more gentle. You know, you just tell me I'm a fucking retard. You can't talk to me like that. I'm like, well, you know, yeah, sure, whatever. I'll just put my dick between my legs and do a mangina. You know? And then when I got her to come to Denmark, I was like treating her like shit again. And that's what she likes. And then I was like, you know, you didn't earn the doog. So I'm not going to try and slime you. I said to Travis once, do you make your pig earn the doog every time? Really berating him with it. And he's like, no, not every time. No, sir, not every time. I mean, But really? Did I not try and slime Jocelyn because she didn't earn the Doog? Yeah, I was being facetious, but yeah, it's true enough. She's a fucking bitch. That kills your dignity as a guy. You think, oh, I'll just fuck anything. But if the girl's a bitch to you, you're like, you're giving away a lot of your power to do that. You think it's cool. You're like, yeah, it's great. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot. Feels good. But at what price? You have to live with yourself. You won't even know it the first year. The first 10 years, you won't even know it. You'll be like, yeah, that was great. Great memory. And you're like, she is a womanizer. And she's a man in a woman's body. And the woman part of you just got used. And you value yourself not at all. You have so little respect for yourself that it didn't even cross your mind that you just had sex with someone abusive to you. It literally didn't even matter to you one iota. But 10 years later, you're like in therapy with low self-esteem, and you're like, clearly it did. You made a soul tie with someone who doesn't even like you. You liked someone who didn't like you back, who was using you. And it ruined your self-esteem. And you only thought about how good it is to get in that velvet box. You know, you would have felt guilty, like you were using her. But really, you would have felt what she was projecting onto you, all the shame and guilt that she was projecting onto you. You would have just taken that on as your own, because you didn't know any better, because you were desperate, because you were a slave. And the massa came in and said, I want that one. Give me Toby. You're like, I'm Toby. I was thinking that about getting sleep deprivation, that it might be worse for a TI. All the other houses, they hear the honks too. But the TI knows that the honk is for them, so it wakes them up even more. Like, if you're sleeping and someone says your name, you could wake up out of a sleep easier to hear your name. And the same is with the honks. I mean, I heard a honk today. Kind of bothered me a little bit. And I bring that up because today I was thinking that Dance Girl had broken up with me, or I was just having an emotional crisis. And I was just crying at how much I missed her from, having Dookie on the brain. And I heard a honk then, and not feeling supported by Dance Girl's love. Normally if someone honks, I think, what a loser the handler is. They don't even have a life. They're in love with me, and I have Dance Girl. I'm in love with Dance Girl. So who gives a fuck what this handler does? That's just hilarious. That only highlights how broken the handler is. That's hilarious that the handler is honking. The handler would like to skin me. Fucking fuck my skinless body and kill me. And all they can do is fucking honk a horn to threaten me. I'm like, well, just do it. It's hilarious. But then, your pig doesn't like you anymore, or so you think. Hopefully, so you think. Or at least, hopefully you don't think that anymore. But when you don't feel supported by your pig, and then someone bullies you, then you're like, well, what else do I have other than the bully? Now all I have is fucking the laughing flasher and the handler. Now my life really sucks. Now it really hurts being honked at. Now I think it was by Stella and Jamie, which typically I think that's not really their choice. They don't desire to do that. Just like if Laura does some noise, I don't think that she desires to do that. It doesn't negate my friendship with Laura. And to some extent, I was thinking that with Blonde Girl. I was thinking, just because she walked by in Brokeback Mountain costume doesn't mean that she's threatening to break my back and rape me. I mean, if that was even her, but I think it was. You know. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking, Dance Girl must not be in pain because she's not fat. And then I was like, oh, but Dance Girl smokes. Yeah, I guess we're all in pain over here. Life is hard. Oh, it's really fucking hard without eating. Only eating fruit. You have no fucking idea. A lot of places they'd give opium to their babies. This is considered necessary. The baby would be crying all day while the mother would be working. The mother would bring her baby to work. And the only way to stop the baby from crying is to give it opium. And cooked food is opium. And without it, it's fucking painful. You have so many issues that come up. It's fucking painful, man. Emotional levels of, there are levels of pain that are so indirect that it doesn't even register as pain. It's so ambiguous. It manifests as boredom, as an urgency to do something, but there's nothing to do. And you just have to sit there, like, what am I going to do? I don't know. What can I do? There's nothing I can do. Today all I could do was cry. Now I really think that was Dookie brain. Okay, that was fucking Dookie brain. Which I could water fast. Water fasting doesn't fuck me up so bad. The hard part is eating the fruit plus drinking water. That's really the hard part. And for that, I don't want to think about it, you know? It's so fucking hard. It's so fucking hard. But, you know, you really gotta do it. For that, I could just ease into fruit. I could wean off cooked food. And that way I could avoid the headaches. You know, tomorrow I should be able to eat more watermelon without being sick. And I could just overeat fruit too. That's the other thing. I didn't want to leave the house. I said, don't leave the house until Thursday. I said, really? But I want to go out and make sure Dance Girl loves me before Thursday. I was like, yeah, I know. But you're so weak. You're so broken. And however you feel, Dance Girl feels complementary to that. If you force yourself to go out to see if Dance Girl loves you, if she does love you, she's going to feel forced to tell you she loves you. And neither of you are going to like that. So I thought, what's the alternative? I just wait until Thursday to go outside? As if I'm building up my appetite to say now when she tells me she loves me, it's really going to surprise me. I'm going to make it the biggest, best surprise in the world. Well, what if she doesn't? Then it's going to be really bad. Wouldn't you rather find out sooner? In my dream, I only walked around this side of the fucking block. I didn't go near her house. I was scared to go near her house even in my dream. No, I compared myself to a girl who got raped, saying go on her street, and they send someone to fucking flash their dick at me. And I don't think that Dance Girl is like that. I don't think she's like, fuck you, I'm gonna kill you if you go on my street. If she dumps me, I don't think she dumps me, because the only reason I think she dumps me is because I saw that car that said, I'm going to kill you if you go on my street. I don't think that she would do that. I did think that today, or yesterday I thought that. But that may have been anticipatory dookie brain. You know, in case you don't know, anticipatory chemotherapy nausea is impossible to medicate. Chemotherapy nausea, possible to medicate. Anticipatory, not possible to medicate. Well, I almost want to have another rep. That was really good. I don't think there's any more lettuce. I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep like a baby now. I already had a nice long nap. Not having a headache is so amazing. I'd really like to know who my handler is. More out of curiosity, really. I think I'd laugh my ass off if I found out. I'd say that's really funny. But whatever. You know, it's a classic trope. It's trope, I don't know the meaning of the word trope. I don't like using that word. That the higher someone is ranked, the more dumb they are. And everyone knows it except for that person. I think that's why people hate their bosses. I think it's a universal truth that you know that everyone knows that. It's not just that someone has more power, so therefore you hate them. But that we all work for, I hate to be political here, but it's not really political, that we all work for Israel. And Israel is created by the Rothschilds, by oligarchs. We all work for the one world government of Mossad, that literally, to be a politician, you can only work for Mossad. You can only represent Israel. The United States of Israel is the wrong term. It's the world of Israel, because they control everyone's money. Iran can't send a nuke with the missiles. Israel knows that Iran is sending missiles, and they can also send a nuke. If Israel didn't know that, and Israel kills its own soldiers, the people who create Israel don't care about Israel. And the people who created Israel also destroyed Germany. Germany was the richest country in the world because they started their own money. They cut their money off from the rest of the world, and then they became the richest in the world. And that's why the people who created Israel forced the Holocaust on Germany. That's why they did the Holocaust in Germany. No country is allowed to be rich. We all have to use Israel's money. Or, Israel is just a proxy for the oligarchs who created it, like the Rothschilds, people like them. And them. And so, there's some Rothschild guy who was talking about the Nacrons. I had to look up the word Nacron. He said the Nacrons of it are hilarious. Of the people fighting themselves. I think he was talking about the 2019 Holocaust or some some other manufactured event. And fucking, so for anyone to have power, they have to be following Israeli policy. They have to be, you can't have an American who's a politician in America, or you can't have a Canadian who's a representative in Canada. It's only representatives of President Snowden, of some mascot, of some phantom, some scapegoat, of some proxy. Israel is just a proxy. We're supposed to hate Israel, but they're just a proxy. But I mean, the proxy is still needed too. If the proxy isn't there, then what are you going to do? And so Iran could just send a nuke in, just surprise Israel. They can surprise them, quote unquote, surprise them. Of course, they all know what each other are doing because they all work on this, because the whole world works on the same team. We're all employees of Israel, all employees of the oligarchs who create Israel. And so if Iran wasn't infiltrated by Israel, then they could just send a nuke. Say, yeah, you have no idea it's coming. But they can't do that because Israel will already know, because to be a politician in Iran, you have to work for Israel. So if Iran tries to nuke Israel, Israel will already know before Iran even does it. So it doesn't matter that Iran got a nuke. They have multiple nukes now. It doesn't matter, because all the nukes belong to Israel to begin with. And what's going to happen if the world starts closing in on Israel? Israel will just nuke the whole world. But there will be some people who will go into outer space or something, or they'll have some place. They'll have logistics. They'll say, if we do nuclear war, we nuke Europe, we nuke all of the West, then they'll have some place they can go. They'll keep all their slaves. They'll be like Immortan Joe from Mad Max. They'll keep all their slaves, and they'll reduce the population of the world to like a couple million. And it doesn't matter to them. That's what they want. And so they have two ways to get there. The Iran war is not going to stop, because all the U.S. politicians work for Israel, and Israel wants it to continue. And if you try to be a politician who works for America, you won't be allowed. You couldn't be in a position of authority without working for Israel. And so that's why everyone hates their boss, because our boss eats babies. Our boss is evil. And so the closer you get to the head of the snake, the more evil you have to be. The poorer you are, the less authority you have, the more compassionate you are in general. And so if you become higher ranked, but you're compassionate, someone's going to kill you. So, if you want to tell the truth, if you want to be a good person, you can't be popular. You have to be a loser. And that's kind of how it works. Jesus goes around talking about love. He gets too popular. He's undercutting the business of the rabbis, so they have to kill him. But someone like Kabir or Talopa, Kabir never taught. Kabir's a poet. This guy goes to see Kabir. He's like, I heard you're enlightened. And he's like, where's Kabir? And he says, he's coming in a minute. I'm just the gardener here. He'll be here. Just go wait in this room. And then Kabir walks in, who's the gardener. And he's like, I'm Kabir. I'm the enlightened guy. No one knows. What do you think? And the guy's like, well, you're just a gardener. I'm rich. I'm the fucking king over here. And you're just a gardener? He's like, yeah. I'm a gardener. And, Kabir had a wife, and he weaved clothing and he sold it at the market, and no one knew that he was enlightened. And I used to think that about Fivehead at the Donaire shop at St. Jacob's. I thought she is like the arrow woman. She's enlightened. I think she might just be retarded, though. You know how retarded people smile a lot? She might just be retarded. I don't know. But, the guy is like, I can't get my teaching from you because you're just a gardener. You're not like a fucking sage. You're not like the Buddha. You're just a gardener. And Kabir is like, well then go far away from here, because I'm not your... If you can't handle someone who's spiritual being a gardener, then I'm not for you. And so no one kills Kabir. No one knows that Kabir is enlightened, because he's just fucking an arhat. He doesn't tell you about his enlightenment. But someone like Jesus, he tells you about it. And so Jesus gets killed. Someone like Tilopa, he doesn't tell you about it. So he just lives in a monastery wherever they'll have him. He doesn't actually go to the monastery like a monk. He just goes around wherever they'll let him have food, give him shelter. He lives all over the world. And, I like Tilopa because he eats out of a skull. He feeds his dog out of a skull. Let's see what Tilopa says. You'll like Tilopa. He says things really simple. He doesn't do anything complex. Here's Tilopa's recipe for enlightenment. Don't recall, don't imagine, don't think, don't examine, don't control, rest. Just do those 6 things and you'll be enlightened. Don't recall, release the past, do not dwell on memories or regrets. Don't imagine, let go of the future, do not anticipate or worry about what may come. Don't think, let go of the present. Do not analyze or fixate on the current stream of thought. Don't examine, cease trying to figure things out or impose judgment. Don't control, release attachment to outcomes and allow things to unfold naturally. Rest, relax, and rest in the self-liberating nature of the ordinary mind. And fucking, oh, God, fucking dick hurts. You don't have to be enlightened. You just have to say, that vaccines shouldn't be forced on people. Or something like that. And you'll get your bank account frozen. Or something like that. Or you could just say, as a therapist, if someone says, it's really traumatizing that the United States government did 9/11. As a therapist, you have to say, yeah, I know, that is really traumatizing. And then they'll remove your license. You say, it's really traumatizing that there was yellow molten steel, which couldn't have happened unless they used thermite. And if it was silver molten, it would have been the aluminum from the airplanes. But yellow molten means it's steel, and steel couldn't have melted from jet fuel. And then they sent it all to China. Isn't that fucked? Oh, well, they mailed it because it's scrap metal. And fucking, if you were to say, yeah, that is pretty fucked, isn't it? Yeah, pretty horrible. They would remove your license because as a therapist, who do you work for? You work for Israel. Who did 9/11? Israel. Who is Israel? The Rothschilds? They're not Jews. They're just a bunch of fucking, the proxies are Jews. But who is behind them? It's Christian Zionists. And who else? I don't know. Fucking their friends. People we don't even know their names. Certainly the Rothschilds. Imagine having a name like that. And you use the island. Your method of control is the island. That's fucked. So everyone hates their boss because we all work for Israel. And the higher your rank, the closer you are to the head of the snake. And it's not about Christians or, it's like, well, who's the evil one? It's the Christians. They're the evil ones, okay? It's just fucking religions are just toys. It's irrelevant. It's like saying it's the people who drive Ford cars. It's the ones who drive a Ford. It doesn't even, it's irrelevant. It's the people who have blonde hair. It's the people who wear black socks. They're the ones. Really, you just narrow it down. It's the people who work for the devil. Or if that doesn't suit, it's the people who are fucking evil. The people who are jerks. You don't have to be fucking religious or, you could just say it's the people who are bad. People who are violent. Who are the people doing the evil? Who are the people doing the violence? It's the people doing the violence. Whenever you search for a group, you're trying to blame people. You're trying to seek closure. You want to have it to make yourself feel comfortable because you don't know who is at the top. You want to say, I know who my enemy is. But you don't. You just know the proxy. But it's the Rothschilds. But, it's the big Blackwater and fucking Bill Gates. These people are fucking sick. You should be able to tell that guy's sick. Elon Musk, you should be able to tell that guy's sick. Like, that guy's fucking sick. He might not be as bad as, he's not as bad as Bill Gates, but he's a jerk. Elon Musk is a jerk. Very immature. He's extremely immature. Extremely arrogant. Very ugly. Very physically ugly. Very much a loser. Very inferiority complex. Just impossible. I couldn't imagine being Elon Musk's girlfriend. If I was his girlfriend, I would transform him into a different guy. I would know how to love him right. I would cradle him. I would write him freestyle poetry. I'd say, Musk, you must stop causing a fuss, or else I'll never let you bust. And, I would make it fucking I would have him shaped up. I would have him tanning. Okay, I'd have him working out. I'd teach him how to do it right. If I was his woman, well, he'd be a fucking tip-top trillionaire. He'd be a fucking, I don't know. He'd be a fucking hot millionaire. Hot zillionaire. Oh, I'd be a bottom. Okay. And he'd be more than just the tip. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, his fucking white, milky skin. Don't you just love his white, pasty, milky skin? Well, something happens to people, Trump used to be a different person. And the same with that. You could say now his true colors have just come out. But he seems like a different person. The same with, he could be being poisoned. The same with Kash Patel. He's like, yeah, we gotta catch all the bad guys. And then, he finds out that someone's gonna kill his nephew. And he's like, yeah, anyway, Epstein Island doesn't exist. And then he suddenly has those big fucking goofy eyes. Those googly eyes. He's like, yeah, we all serve Israel now. He's like the good doctor in Fallout. He's like, I've had the chip put in me now. Now it's different. Now it's different. You could see the change that happens on people once they get threatened. And once they get some honeypot pussy too. His girlfriend is hotter than what he could get if he wasn't with a honeypot. And he also knows that. And he's trying to pretend to himself like he could actually fuck her. Now, is Dance Girl just a honeypot? No. No, I don't think of her as a honeypot. The fact that she's a gang stalker is irrelevant to our love. Well, it does make it hard to not be with her. I'm used to feeling her presence with me all the time. And then suddenly, she's not. I perform for her all the time. When I'm in the bathroom by myself, doing my makeup, putting on my dresses, or in the bath, talking to myself, I'm always thinking she's listening. This is going to make her laugh. And fucking, to suddenly think she's not there. Today I thought, I miss her torturing me. I wish she'd just tell me she's going to kill me. I miss even that. I wish she'd be mad enough. Still, I wish she'd be there just to tell me that. In a certain way, she came over to my side of town to threaten to throw me off the bridge and tell me to jump off a bridge. I was like, at least you're coming to my side of the town to do that. You're showing me that you still care. It'd be different if you only did it when I went on your side of town. Stay off my territory. But, that's a little too much. Ultimately, yeah, it's hot to be raped. But you don't want it, really. I mean, yeah, I'm happy it happened. But, I'm too old for that kind of stuff, I think. I don't know. It would hurt me too. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. I'm not like, oh, I really hope that she tells me to kill myself. I really hope that I see her and she tells me that she's fucking some other guy and she wants me to kill myself. That'd be really nice. I think actually I wouldn't like that. You know, even though part of me would like it, another part of me wouldn't. And I think that's kind of that desperation that I was talking about earlier. That you give your power to someone who doesn't even like you. And I'm like, yeah, but if she's stalking me to tell me to die, then she clearly loves me. I'm like, yeah, you know, but love is physical too. Maybe she doesn't love me, she just loves my doggy style. As Snoop Dogg says. I want her to love me too. I mean, am I going to go out and try to find a Honda Civic before I go on our date? Or am I just going to stay a recluse for the next day or two? Tomorrow's Tuesday. The day after that is Wednesday. The day after that is date day. That's a big day. It's like I'm getting married in a fucking few days. And my wife might stand me up. My own wife might not get married to me. That's fucking gay. And then I'm going to have to walk by basketball in that guy's house after that white Mitsubishi was just here. Maybe it was from Dance Girl. And then what if she's not there? That's going to just make me cry. Well, I already cried today. Maybe I preemptively cried. Maybe I'm so fucking scared. Maybe I'm so worried that I had to cry ahead of time just to get it over with. Just to feel the pain of it ahead of time so I could go, yeah, I'm not expecting much. I'm not expecting anything. I wanted my freedom. I wanted my freedom to not have to worry anymore. So I already stopped expecting anything, and I already cried. Wasn't that chicken wrap good? I could just sleep like a baby now. I could really enjoy it. You know what I could really enjoy is jacking off and going to sleep. That'd be really fucking nice. That'd be so good. I don't want to eat more candy. That's so fucking... I don't want that stuck in my guts. But I would like more candy. What else do we have? I could have another chicken wrap. More chippies. I'm tired of those. Well, you know, it smells like shit down here. It's the first thing I noticed. Alexa, light black.
Okay.
So we're going to gear down. We're going to be going to bed soon. This is your warning. Don't get too excited because the video is going to end soon. I'm going to fall asleep soon. Hope you liked it tonight. I always have fun talking. It's really weird. If Dance Girl's not here, I feel like I can't talk to anyone. I suppose that's just something about having a pig. Like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Your pig has to be there, and then you can enjoy talking to an audience of people. But if your pig's not there, you're just like, it feels impersonal. Now, poor blonde girl, but to the same extent, well, never mind. I'll tell you what I was going to say, but that doesn't mean I would say it. Again, I realize this is the same sentiment. If TSD and TSM are not my handlers, then poor them too. In the exact same way. Now, why did I not say it? Because I felt like they were doing it for personal reasons. That no one was coercing them. Well, you could say they're under threat and duress, and then you do things that are fucked up. Certainly the implication is there. That's what you're supposed to do. I like being in love because I'm not angry at people. I go to a different planet. Now, if that goes away, what am I going to do then? How pathetic that'll be to jack off then. Go back to being nobody. I'm somebody now. I've been somebody for 2 months. I've been trying my best for 2 months. The longest I've ever tried my best was 3 months. And it was not enjoyable. This time it's enjoyable. But if I don't have Dance Girl, I don't know if I can enjoy it. I don't know if I would do it again without enjoying it. I keep arguing with myself. If she's dumped you, you gotta keep trying your best. And you did enjoy trying your best when you were single. You just didn't have anyone to share it with. Except for God. But you did have that. And then you did have a general audience too. When you'd go to those peer support group meetings, they were your audience. and you enjoyed that. You felt a great deal of intimacy. But even then, you were jacking off all the time. You were trying your best, but you're jacking off, but you were eating a lot of fruit too, which compensates. It's more difficult if you have to either give up jacking off or give up cooked food. It's much more difficult to give up cooked food. Not jacking off is like 1 out of 10 difficult. Not eating cooked food is like 10 out of 10. Water fasting is like 5 out of 10. And it changes when you eat raw food, depending how much water you drink. It makes it way more difficult. Yeah, eating raw food and not drinking any water, that's not so difficult, because then you're going to be dehydrated. And then the toxins don't leave your body, and then you feel pretty good all the time. It won't last for that long. It might last a few years. Eventually you're going to hit a wall. What a hilarious last name Dance Girl has. I'm like, usually someone's last name is the opposite of what they are. But in your case, it used to be the blah, 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 blah. In your case, not anymore. At least I think. I hope. So what else do we have to eat? Oh, we have ginger ale. Oh yeah, I could drink some ginger ale. That's really good. Yeah, I'm gonna have some chips and ginger ale. And some candy. So what? I'm eating Dance Girl's candy. What are you gonna do? Now, some things I expect. What is the best non-caffeinated pop? Canada Dry ginger ale. Right? Right. What is the best caffeinated pop? Coca-Cola, of course. This is obvious, okay? I'm not giving you some esoteric secret knowledge here. I know you already know this. let's get a little bit more nuanced. What is the second best caffeinated pop? Okay, we're starting easy, but we're going to get difficult here. What is the second best? Now you should be wondering, is it Barq's root beer or is it Dr. Pepper? As long as you're wondering that, that's okay. Whatever answer you say is fine. What is the second best non-caffeinated pop? You should be wondering, A&W root beer or Pink Crush. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What the hell, Bobby?
But Daddy, you didn't do it, Daddy. But Daddy, I didn't do it, Daddy.
What the hell, Bobby? Bobby? What the hell are you talking about? Boy, god damn it, Bobby. Boy, there's something wrong with you. What the hell, Bobby? Bobby, what the hell are you doing?
But Dad, I didn't do it, Dad.
Bobby Hill? Peggy? Put Bobby's meatballs to the side. He's not getting any tonight. Peggy? What the hell? What the hell, Bobby? What the hell, Bobby? What?
Zeke? What?
What? Zeke? You owe me 100 krona.
Zeke, you owe me 100 krona. Zeke? Zeke? Oh yeah, so what's going to happen? Well, so Iran works for Israel. So what's going to happen? America works for Israel. Israel works for the oligarchs. The oligarchs are President Snowden. There's no one who can stand up to them because they own all the money. If anyone makes a closed system to use their own money and gets rich, they'll be bombed, or, like Gaddafi tried that. They'll be fucked with a sword. So, what's their method? They're going to starve us all, make us all poor, or they're going to nuke us. If Israel loses its money, they say, well, then we're just going to fuck off. But they're not going to lose its money. They're not going to lose their money. I mean, how would you actually beat Israel? You can't fight them. If you fight them, they'll nuke the entire world. So you can't defeat them in war. You can't send a nuke, because if you send a nuke, Israel is already the entire world. They already know everything the world is doing. The entire world is Israel. There's only one country, it's Israel. So if you drop a nuke, they're just gonna nuke everyone because they'll know that the nuke is coming already. And if you charge them with war crimes, if you go the legal route, they're also going to, I don't know. How do you charge them with war crimes, though? Well, first you'd have to defeat them, but you couldn't, because who would defeat them? The whole world is Israel. The local mayor of Kitchener works for Israel. Everyone works for them. So how do you fucking defeat them? It might be too late. We might have already got the death sentence, and there's nothing we can do. And so now we're just going to starve. And they'll just keep bombing. They'll keep doing global suicide. But I think that if you were to beat them, the way to do it would be to just not give them any money. And not let the escalation ladder go higher. You can't fight them because they'll kill everyone. If you beat them in a fight, they'll kill everyone. Because they use blood libel. Oh, well, you're connected to the world? Well, then the whole world dies, because the whole world supports you. The whole world is against us. So then everyone dies. I wonder if Joanne uses blood libel. If she left dog shit on our yard because of what I said. To get back at my mom. But anyways, fucking, well, that's already cool. If that happened, that's okay. I don't mind. But, fucking, any politician who wouldn't give them money wouldn't be allowed to be a politician. The only way to stop them is to stop giving them money. And to just bypass them. Otherwise, what's going to happen is they're just going to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed, and they're going to keep the price of fuel really high, and that's going to incentivize 15-minute cities and an AI police state. And then they can just have the military give us forced vaccines. And they kill us that way. And through starving us. And they say it's just a Great Depression. It's a Great Famine or something. Suddenly no one has any money and no one can afford anything. They'll say all the money just left. We don't know where it went. It just went away. We suddenly don't have any more money. Nothing really changed. The population has been consistently growing. But the value of money has been not proportional to that. The value of money has been decreasing disproportionately. And it's just going to suddenly go away. We don't know where it's going to go, but it's just going to disappear. No one's going to have any money. So we're not going to have the ability to travel. Fortunately, we could walk to Costa Rica. This is why I think we should move to Costa Rica. If we start seeing that this is going to happen in the next 20 years, we should get to Costa Rica. We could grow our own food. They won't care about nuking that. They want to nuke the West, and they want to nuke Europe. Maybe the poor countries too. As far as I know, there's nothing we could do to stop it. So I'm just enjoying my life. Well, I haven't. I think I should be lucky, even if Dance Girl breaks up with me. I think, you know what? You know what's probably going to happen? It's probably something even worse. Probably she's not going to break up with me. And we're going to be really happy. And then we're going to have to watch each other starve to death. It's probably going to be really nasty. We're probably going to have a really fucking nasty time. But I'll bet, and everyone says this, I know everyone says this, but history says that if there's a famine, we will eat our children. And you go, oh, not us, no, it's just how they, no. Nothing has changed, okay? The Holocaust is still happening. Okay, no one's doing anything. Okay, you're not going to do anything to stop the Holocaust. You're not going to sacrifice anything. And there's nothing you could sacrifice. What are you even going to do? Are you going to run for the president? Are you going to be the president? And then someone's going to snipe your kid? You're going to say, I don't want to give them the money. And then your kid's going to die in an accident. And your wife is, and you're going to suddenly get sick and you're not going to know why. And you're going to die a couple months later. Is that going to be you? And what's going to happen? You're going to be replaced by someone who is going to give them the money. And you're going to say, oh, I died for nothing. Are you going to do that? You're not going to do that. So, what are we going to do? As far as I know, we're all just going to die. The prices are just going to keep going up. Everyone's going to get poorer. And then they'll import the illiterate sodomites, give them hammers and maps of where our houses are. They'll say, do you want that house? Here's a hammer. I mean, that's what is said on the fucking internet, on a YouTube video. They'll say, hey, do you guys want some caffeine pills and hammers? And some maps of celebrities' homes? Well, here you go. We tested it out with Charles Manson. He worked for the CIA. How can we get him? How easy is it to get a group of girls to go into a celebrity home and to stab a baby through the pregnant stomach? What do you have to do? Not much. Just give them some hammers and caffeine pills. That'll work. And then tell them, say it's his fault. Just blame it on someone else. Which in a way it is. But in another way, he's also just a proxy. How many you go up? He's also handled. He's also nuts. He has a certain kind of personality. He's fanatical. He's trustworthy. Crazy, stupid. But, cunning. He appears to be intelligent. He'll say, we make laws written on paper to save the trees. Sounds deep. He has a cult following because he means what he says. He's not a hypocrite. So people go, yeah, I can trust you, Manson. I'll do it for you, Hitler. Okay, where is Stu? He needs the hose. Don't tell me. Gotta give him a second dose. Gotta give him a thorough spacing. Oh man, I'm so tired. I'm gonna go to sleep. We got these really nice potatoes. You should see these. These are really expensive. Let me show you these. Alexa, second light white. Look at these potatoes. These are like really expensive. These are fancy potatoes. I don't even know where they're from. Ooh. I could go for a salad right now. I'm so hungry. Make some more chicken. Let's see if I could make another wrap, actually. Oh man, I will just sleep like a baby if I do that. I already will, though. I'm so lazy. Well, you know, it doesn't take long to make a wrap, and you have a toaster oven. Yeah. You want Dance Girl's chicken over here. Alexa, second light black. Alexa, second light black. But, I mean, you can see it, that every job produces nothing. You know, counselors, therapists, teachers, doctors, lawyers, judges. You know, it's all just extortion, money laundering. All these are just money laundering jobs. They're not real jobs. You know, you're teaching propaganda. It's just terrorism. Domestic fucking terrorism. That's why I like farmers. I like, it's part of why I like Stella. Like, just do a real job. Like, sell food. Like, do something that's actually real. Like, don't brainwash kids. Or don't just drive around, like, threatening to burn people's houses down and flashing your sirens and extorting the public. Or, like, you know, upkeeping a facade of order. Like, it's all just taking money and protecting fascism and making everyone poor. You know, taking the money doesn't mean much, but it protects the system that makes everyone poor. So clearly, like, having a real job is illegal. You know, it's difficult. You want to do a real job, you're going to have to get so many licenses for it. Like, I should be allowed to just go sell food. Instead, I have to pay the market. I have to work at the market. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. Whoever starts the market. But I should be allowed to just put an ad in the paper and I say, I want to sell food. If I sell food by myself, not that many people are going to know where I am. So if you want to sell food too, if we get a big group of us, then we'll attract more attention, and then it could be like a strip mall, and we could all sell food together, and we'll just pick our own place. But instead, you got to pay the license, and you got to pay the fee and all this, and you have to get safety inspection. I would just say, here's our Google Yelp reviews. If our food is unsanitary and you get sick, then write a review and that'll be bad business for us. But if you don't, then we're in the clear. That means that we have good hygiene practices. And then, you know, and I know real men don't wash their hands and don't wear underwear and don't read. But for some things you can make an exception. And, fucking... I don't know. You're incentivized and penalized to do something useless and to not, you're incentivized to not do something useful, and you're penalized for doing something useful. You want to have a crack baby? Well, you'll get free money. You want to do something that takes effort, that people like? You want to have a real service? Well, then you're going to get penalized. You want to just get pregnant? You're incentivized. Just have another baby. You're incentivized. That's one of the reasons I like Stella, because she's not a whore. She could just have a bunch of crack babies with Jamie. Well, not really. Those wouldn't be crack babies. But I mean, you get the point, though. She could just be like, well, let's just... Oh, I don't want to work? Well, let's have another baby. That'll solve it. It's like... anything that has production value is illegal. And so... the more illiterate sodomites who get imported into the first world countries, it's already happening in Europe. And now the last place left is America and Canada, maybe Norway, certain places. And the whole world is getting poor now. And it's not just going to suddenly stop. It's not like there's a quota of pain, and the oligarchs are going to be like, well, now it's enough. They're not stopping. They're going to be like, we want it to be Calcutta. We want people to wait until a cow pisses to drink the piss out of the cow. Otherwise, their bloated belly and their starving body is going to die. We want it to be horrifying. We want to watch mothers eat their own babies. Now, I believe, okay, I know you're going to say, no, I would never eat my own. Okay, sure thing. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. I don't believe you. What do you think about that? I would never eat my own baby. I don't believe you. I think you would. I I really do. I think you would. I would never do it. Yeah, Well, the Stanley Milgram experiment says you would. Okay, everything in history says you would. Oh, well, it's the year 2100 now, or whatever. It's the year 2000 now. Oh, well, it's all different now. Now our brains are different than the last thousands of years we've been alive. Since history has been recorded. Now we're suddenly different. Okay, but I have a feeling that me and Dance Girl wouldn't eat pink. I really think we wouldn't. I'm not joking. I'm like, what do you want to do today, Dance Girl? She's like, same thing we do every day. Starve to death and watch our child starve to death too. While we defend the house from people coming to cannibalize us. I'm like, what do you think about if we just eat pink? She's like, yeah, good idea. Let's boil her. I couldn't see it happening. No, I wouldn't eat pink. I'd be like, that's ridiculous. But it would be nice if we had a place in Costa Rica, then we wouldn't have to starve. That'd be cool. We could just say, let's just have some guava. Let's just have guava. Then we think back to our families who are in the West. We're like, hey, Yeah, I guess you shouldn't have fucking bought my sister a car, not me. Guess you're starving to death now. But I'm with my gorilla daddy now. Now I ride him. I don't need a car. I say vroom vroom. This one guy bought a Tonka truck from me. He's like, it was like this vintage Tonka truck. I sold it on Kijiji. And he comes to pick it up. And he says, "Oh, I'm buying it for my kid." I say, "I wasn't calling you a pedophile. What the fuck is wrong with you?" And then I'm walking down the street, and he puts the Tonka truck on the boulevard of his house, on like that Shoe or Noel Street. If you go down Franklin and turn left, he's like, "Hey, remember me? I'm the guy who explicitly told you that I'm not buying this truck because I'm trying to play with little girls. I did it because I have a kid, you know, just in case you think otherwise. But now I'm putting the truck out there to remind you that you're a sick fuck." I was like, "I remember you. I remember what happened in your mind when you bought this truck. I remember what you projected. That I was thinking about you. I remember you thought that I would think that about you just for buying a Tonka truck." And now I know where you live. Not that it matters. Not that that's a threat. Now some fucking sly piece of shit would threaten people like that. Fortunately, I don't have a handler. So I don't have to threaten people indirectly. I can threaten people directly. Which I don't do. Well, sometimes it's crazy. I feel like we have a civilized world. We have a civilized humanity. And people are wonderful. I was totally outcast. And now I have the love of the community. At least I believe I do. Maybe I don't, but I believe I do. I'm loved by people who I also love. Feels wonderful. And then to contrast that with having horrifying gestures done to me and horrifying things all the time from outliers. I think, how is this real? This is real. It shouldn't be real. It doesn't seem like it's real, but it is real. 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 Yeah, it's Israel. That's what it is. Blame Israel. Blame Canada for their beady little eyes. Well, whatever. Some comedian said that, but I thought it too. I had thought it before I heard him say it. Israel sounds like Israel. 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 Everyone's like, "Oh, we hate them," but they're just a fucking employee. They hate people. I mean, this one comedian, he said Netanyahu has prostate cancer because he's pro-state or something. It's God smiting him or something. Okay, I gotta flip my chickens. Oh man, do I love my chickens or what? Love my livestock. Love my chickens. Oh yeah. Okay, where did I put that bowl? I thought I had a bowl of fucking sauce or something. Didn't I have sauce? Yeah. So yeah, they'll just keep burning down forests. How are they going to kill everyone? They're going to burn down anything that creates wealth. They'll burn down forests. They'll burn down salination plants, desalination plants. And then they'll steal all the land. And there's nothing anyone can do. Because they own the money that we're using to live. We're not allowed to own our own money. We're not allowed to own land. They own the land that we live on. We're not allowed to own land. We're not allowed to sell goods and services. They own the food. We're not allowed to take our own lives because they own our bodies. So I say just go to a place that they're not interested in. The equator, Costa Rica. That's where I'd go. Invite Esbiron and his brother. They're soldiers. You know, have a few AK-47s. And then just fucking grow some fruit. Okay. So, yeah, I think we need another wrap. I'm overindulging, so what? I'm gonna sleep so good. I feel so good. I felt so bad today. Oh man, cleansing and detoxing is really hard. Only 3 pieces of chicken on this one. Not into that. You know who I don't like that much is Goose Wayne. I don't think he's that funny. I find him off-putting, actually. Not always, but I find him to be I don't like him. I don't dislike him, but I don't really like him. His laugh is vulgar. I wrote a comment on his live stream about circumcision and foreskin restoration, and immediately the moderator removed it. I wonder if he had seen it, if he would have said something about it. Oh yeah, I forgot the cucumbers. You know what? I would make Dance Girl a wrap. They are really good. I was like, she needs something better than that. I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. I mean, but obviously, but a wrap is good too. And then Marina was like, would you cook butter chicken for me? I was like, yeah, I'd cook for you every night. was like, why is it such a big deal? Shouldn't be making such a big deal out of it. I cook for my friend Nathan too. I like cooking for people. She's like, really? You'd cook me a dinner? I'm like, are you like, you would never do anything for me, so you're really surprised that I would do something for you? Is that what that is? Shouldn't be a big deal. But I'm gonna put extra cucumbers on this because there's not enough lettuce. Cucumbers are really good. Now we have rice too. I could make sushi. You know I go crazy after I eat raw food. And then I'm like, now I need all the cooked food forever. Plus ginger ale. Oh. Ooh. Okay, try to roll this bad boy up. This one's not so big. This is white tortilla, not whole wheat. This is a medium size before bed. Okay. Yes, please. Well, fucking. Ooh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I used to want to tattoo my dick black. But I've already told you that. I know, you've already heard it. And then when I did Venom's ex-pig's other meat, said it's not going to make it bigger. I was like, how do you know? When I was 19, I wouldn't have known that I love Dance Girl. I wonder if she knows she loves me. I think so. But I think I would have known. Oh boy. This is too much. I knew this was too much. I can't eat this. This is too much. Ugh. Everything on the TV is sex. All the commercials. You know, a commercial for shampoo. The woman's looking at you like, fuck me eyes. The longer you don't jack off, the more you see it. You're like, everything is sexual. I see some woman wearing pants that show her genitals. I'm like, you know, I'm not trying to see that. I mean, yeah, of course. It's nice, but I'm like, you know, do you have to be fucking touching your toes in front of me? Like, I'm trying to fucking conserve my energy here. At this point, it's annoying. There's no men's gym. There's no men's only grocery store. And then you complain that every guy is a fag. It's like, well, yeah, obviously. You're keeping them drained. And then I saw it as a sign of enmity. Playing this video game, Jet Grind Radio, Cyber Rush Bomb Funk or something, like Jet Grind Radio Part 2. And there's these girls who are like challenging me to how many points I can get. And they're dancing really sexy in the middle of the street. And it's like they're trying to drain you. They're actually your enemy. They don't love you and they don't like you. And they're trying to drain you for an ego high. I used to masturbate to that. to the girls who would sexually tease me, to how I could tell they don't like me, and they might not even find me attractive, but they want me to jack off to them because it makes them feel validated. I thought that's really what's happening, so let me jack off to that, because then I don't have to fantasize. They're like, we're not masturbating to you, but we want you to masturbate to us. I'm like, is that what the Fourth and Dance Girl did? They're like, here you go, but we're not going to masturbate, but we're going to watch you. I'm like, you fucking validated yourself off me? Stella didn't do that. Well, whatever. I wonder if Dance Girl wears underwear. I don't. I never wear underwear. I think it's crazy to wear underwear. But what I'd really like is to be at least in my fantasy, to be tied up and raped by a whole bunch of women who do it with their pussies, and they get pregnant. And they're like, bye, we're never going to see you again. We're going to have your baby. You're never going to see it. I'd be like, oh yeah, that's so hot. Right at the end, they're like, and we're not on the pill. And you're tied up. And you're never going to see us again. And there's nothing you could do. And it just happens over and over. I'm like, that's truly what would happen if people could do it. You know, why don't I get to live that out? And I'm a slave, I should get that. Instead, I gotta get married to make it happen. Well, we're a different kind of marriage, Dance Girl and I. We don't eat pink. Okay, we're on a higher level. I know fucking... Dance Girl never told me she masturbates to me. Oh well. I can guess she does. But maybe not. I don't know. I hope our date happens. I hope it goes well. I don't know what I'll wear. I'll probably wear track pants and a sweater. Hope I'm not tired. I'm so tired right now. But I feel good right now because I got enough sleep. It's different. When you get enough sleep and then you're tired, it's different. I swear it is. It's not the same. Only get half as much sleep as you're supposed to and wake up early, and you're feeling really bad. You're sort of tired. That really sucks. But if you get enough sleep and then you stay up really late, you're really tired. Like right now, I can basically almost fall asleep. I'm so tired, but I feel really like relatable. I feel loving, actually. These are the best parts of my day, is having these conversations. It's the only time I get to express myself and feel like I'm heard. I always said my life began when I got my GoPro. I never changed the title of the videos. It's always just streaming live from my GoPro. AI says, don't do that. You should have a specific title. Streaming live from your GoPro 8 is not really a title anyone's searching for. I'm like, well, my GoPro 8 saved my life. So, yeah, it's actually pretty relevant. I don't feel lonely because I have a GoPro 8. A GoPro 8 is the first GoPro that has good image stabilization. It's arguably the best GoPro ever made. I read a comment saying that on Reddit. Now, the comment was me, and no one upvoted it, and no one's even read it, but it still counts. It's still up there. Yeah, so. Well, I read some reviews saying it's a good run. Yeah, I showed it off with the GoPro 3. That wasn't that good. Too bumpy. The 8 is where it's at. I don't need a new, I could have got a new camera for $189. An Action Hero 4. I was like, yeah, what do you need that for? Your GoPro is the fucking shiznit. Well, there's a lot of people I enjoy talking to. Guys included. And this is great. If anyone who doesn't work for Israel can make it into politics, the world might not die. Otherwise, we're moving towards global suicide. Dan Bilzerian is one, for example. He says, declare war on Israel. That's awesome. He'll never be allowed to have any power, but that's awesome. I think he's a billionaire. I heard him talk. I was like, oh, he's great. I think. Can't remember. He may have been a bit over the top. Same with Rathbone. May have been a bit anti-Jew. Kind of got that sense. Can't remember though. Rathbone is anti-Jew. Sam Hyde is. You kind of like it though. Now don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-Jew. And I'm not saying it's good to be anti-Jew. But why do you like it then? Because it fights back against an unfairness. It's sort of like if everyone is racist against white people, then white people should start saying the N-word a whole bunch, even though they're not racist against black people. I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe that's wrong. But it takes the power away. I mean, if you can't say a certain word, it gives the word power. And so you devalidate the power of the word. You devalidate the power of racism by talking racist without being racist. Like, I don't think Dan Bilzerian actually hates Jews. But if he acts like he does, he's saying it doesn't matter what I say. And therefore, the anti-white laws also don't matter. I don't know, maybe that doesn't make sense. I personally don't like it. Like, I think, but I can kind of see where they're coming from. Like Sam Hyde and like Sam Hyde is racist against Jews and Indians and black people. It seems like. I don't think he really is, but he talks like he is. It's like if someone's racist against you, then if the whole world is racist against you, then you should be racist against the whole world back. That's kind of what he's saying. With Rathbone, he's always like, you know, and Sandberg and Goldstein. Oh, it's a tiny hat. Oh, a tiny hat is offended. Oh, I don't care. I think all ethnicities are fucking retarded. If you define yourself as Canadian or like, if you define yourself as anything other than a human, I think you're genuinely retarded and fascist and racist. And sick. If you're like, I'm a proud this, I'm like, you're a fucking Nazi. I'm a white man. I'm like, you're a Nazi. I'm a black man. You're a Nazi. I'm Desert Tan 002B5. Home Depot Desert Tan Olive Edition. That's me. By that pigment. That's my exact pigment. Anyone else with that exact pigment is part of my clan. Okay, you're a retarded person. But I got it. Other people label you. You're like, I didn't put myself in this group. Someone else did. And I am being grouped. Like, I'm a TI. I don't define myself as a TI. But to help other TIs, I say I'm a TI. So they can find out that they're a TI too. I don't have TI pride. Like, I'm a proud TI. I'm a proud slave from Sector 9. Do you feel like your intelligence is inadequate? And you wish you could be greater than you are? And that you strive to be? And that you think one day you will? And then as you get older, That day keeps on not happening. And one day you think, I wonder if it's ever going to happen. And then you mourn your idealized self. Well, when I went to therapy, they said you have to mourn your idealized self. I was like, fuck that. I'm becoming myself. Who I'm supposed to be, I'm becoming that person. And that's the difference between me and you. That I've never given up on that. You have, and you actually call it mental illness to not give up on it. Obviously, when someone else doesn't give up on it, you call them mentally ill. Clearly, you're jealous. And, eventually I thought they're right. I really, I thought, yeah, you're right. I'm never gonna be like you, I'm never gonna be like fucking how I wanna be, like Radiohead. Like, I'm never gonna write an album that's good. I'm never gonna talk like Osho. I'm never gonna fuck Chelsea. And I'm never gonna be rich. And then I was like, actually, I can be the version of myself that I always wanted to be. I just got to stop jacking off. I've been jacking off since I was like 12. Since I was like 7, but refractory period since I was 12. And, I just got to stop doing that forevermore. See it as perverted. And, and then I don't desire to be better than I am. Then I think I am the best version of myself, and I do like myself now. I actually like who I am. Every moment. Like, I always like myself. I always like being me. It's fucking fun. It's the best. Even today when I was crying, there was something sweet about it. It didn't hurt. It was painful, but it didn't hurt. I'm going to listen to that sad song that made me cry. He's like, find yourself a friend to see. It's called Right Where It Belongs. There's a certain remix with a lake as the picture. And this is the part that makes me cry. He's like, ooh, ooh, da, 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 ooh, ooh, that just kills me inside. I don't go there usually, into those sad songs. I don't let those in. I hate when I have resonance with Trent Reznor. No. I don't want to be sad. Last month was so painful, man. I remember walking home on my foot mutilation walk, and I'm like seeing, like, I'm thinking, oh man, what if she doesn't love me? And then I'm thinking, oh, but she does. Of course she does. But meanwhile, I was right. She didn't. That's so fucking scary. Now again, who knows what's happening? I don't know what's happening. I think she loves me. I'm gonna be really happy if she's there. I'm gonna be like really fucking happy. It's coming up soon. Our date day is coming up soon. It's Tuesday already. It's already here. I go on Reddit and I feel like I'm on porn. I feel like I'm an addict. I'm not even watching porn. I'm just like reading about the Samsung Galaxy S5 Neo OtterBox case. If it'll fit with the regular S5 case. All these comments saying the answer. I'm like, this is my old porn site. Oh my God. You know, I'm like getting high. I'm like feeling almost turned on. I'm like, holy fuck, that is very addictive. You don't want to go back to that. You want to earn your dopamine. You know, you want it right. You don't want to fucking cheat for it. You don't want to cheat it. You only cheat yourself. Yeah, and it's painful without it, obviously. What's the point of life without pain? You know, if you couldn't endure pain, you wouldn't have any way of showing everyone that you're the best. Not to be a masochist, but clearly to be amazing is painful. You have to really love it. You have to love life. That the pain of growth is worth it. That doesn't hurt you. You have a future worth living into. Well, how do you know? I don't know. I don't know. Of course, I do know. But the answer is very sick. The answer is you have a pig who loves you. Now, that's a very slave thing to say. Because what happens if your pig doesn't love you? Then what? Then you just sit around waiting to die? Yeah. Well, what the fuck is the fairness of that? That's sick. Why would life exist if it's that sick? You must be wrong. That's what I fear. So I'm only happy with a pig. And then that means that I'm sick. And I'm a slave. But I've had pigs I'm not happy with too, though. Have I ever been happy without a pig? Yeah, but only with the hopes of getting a pig. And then when that hope runs out, it's sort of like you want to be fucking better than you are. Or, you know, you smoke too much weed, you eat too much junk food, and you say one day I'm gonna be excellent. I'm not gonna be a fucking slouch. One day I'll try my best, and then I can do anything. Well, without the right pig, you know, life sucks. And then, but you don't have a pig, and then you think, well, the hope of a pig is going to be there. And then one day you say, but what if it's not? That's what I've said. This is what I've been saying. Like not like today, but yeah, actually today I was kind of wondering that. Fucking Dale's gonna dump me, but you think, what if she dumped me? What if I'm gonna be pigless my whole life? And then what? Here comes His Highness. He's about to do some torture meowing. You know, could I still like my life? A counselor will say, yeah, of course. Like, I don't know about that. Anyway. I know, here, I'm just gonna get the hose out. He's hiding behind the chair. I hate when he does that. I just keep flicking water at him and he just stands there watching, meowing. He's not even moving. Now I have to cup my hand to get more water. Yeah, it's not enjoyable. You think, oh, you probably like doing that. You know, a certain satisfaction you get out of catharting your anger on someone. No, it's not enjoyable. You know, if I'm like, fuck you, Stu. Yeah, I'm not like, I don't enjoy that. I'm not trying to say I'm not a sick person. I am sick. I do get angry, and I do say fuck you, and I do flick water at him with literal anger. Well, I don't like the feeling of being angry. I have enjoyed it in the past in a really sick sort of way, but I don't like it anymore. Makes me feel really fucked. Not like I'm being judged, you know, I'm afraid that people are going to judge me. No, I don't care. I just don't like the feeling itself. It's a really ugly feeling. It's a poisonous feeling. It feels like being very strong. I mean, I don't feel that weak anymore. I think I'm pretty skinny. I always felt pretty weak. So obviously, as a weak person, you enjoy the feeling of anger because it makes you so strong. You can lift up a car. Normally, you can't lift up a Tonka truck, but suddenly you can lift up a real car when you're so angry. Just skinny little you. You love being angry. You want to be so big and huge and stronger than everyone. Finally, you can. You're that unhinged, full of adrenaline. You can do anything. All that power. You're so weak and powerless. You can just fucking lift a car up. You're the Hulk all of a sudden. Oh, poor little Stu. Flicking water at fucking jerk His Highness. I'm like, no, I don't think so. I'd rather just fucking chill about it. I'd rather just relax on the couch, please. I'm not a type A personality. Fucking type B, I think. Anyway, I'm gonna go to sleep now. Good night. Alexa, second light off. I might drink some more ginger ale in case you want to know what's coming up next on the show. I love these live streams so much, though. I'm happy you're watching. It validates me. Well, it feels amazing, really. As if I'm on acid, thinking about it. Spacing out on it. You are listening to my voice with your consciousness. My consciousness and your consciousness are meeting. And I'm just talking nonchalantly. I'm just a nobody. I don't have any criteria. I'm not handled by a network TV station or by asking people for subscriptions or likes or donations. I have no guardrails on this. And I'm half asleep. So I'm just saying whatever I feel like. Just listening to my own voice as a spectator. I'm surprised by everything I'm saying. I'm an entertained audience member. Here, just listening with you. What will he say next? I don't know. I'm not even deciding. I'm just watching from the inside. You're watching from the outside. I'm watching from the inside. But the perspective, the vantage point isn't more real. There's no real vantage point from which true reality can be seen. There's no vantage point that's realer than another vantage point. And so you're on one side of the skin, and I'm on the other. But we're still outside of it. We're still outside of my mind. My mind is not even something that's mine. Just because you voted for Obama doesn't mean he's your slave and you own him. My mind isn't mine. It's just the semantics of how you say it. I'm just trying not to get stuck in it. So then it doesn't own me. So then it doesn't hypnotize me. That's bad if that happens. Then I stop being crazy. I feel like saying egalitarian. I don't know the meaning of that. I should look that up. That's a nice word. That's a fancy one. It sounds nice phonetically. This feels so good. Don't you love it? Just closing your eyes and laying down. Only somebody who works knows what that's like. I worked hard today eating watermelon. That's fucking hard. I've done hard manual labor, lifting fucking boxes all day, or everyone there takes painkillers at lunchtime. 8-hour shifts of bending over to the ground to pick up boxes all day. Imagine bending over once every 20 seconds to pick up a box that weighs between 2 and 50 pounds. Where nobody at that job works there for longer than a couple months. So I can tell you, eating only fruit is fucking hard. It's really fucking hard. You got all kinds of emotional issues that you don't even know you're not dealing with, that don't come up until you stop eating your medicine. So today I earned a really good rest.
Mm.